Harris, who proceeds to say that obviously there are various data or variables there because there is the EMC. This is a cable starting from Marseille and going all the way to Singapore. This is part and parcel of this strategy. It also touches on energy. It encompasses multimodal transportation such as trains, trucks, and vessels, logistics, widely speaking, and therefore this is quite elaborate and complex. It's obvious that it's at the first stages. The governance of the IMEC has not been agreed upon, not just yet. The fields have not been agreed upon as concerns its enlargement, which should encompass Israel, Albania, and eventually Greece, possibly at a later stage. And obviously, there's also the big issue of funding and financing it. So once the governance issue is settled and resolved, then the funding and finance must be settled as well in the context of either the financial instruments that each and every country will pitch in, or maybe the European Union and other such entities. Therefore, it's quite early. That's one takeaway. Secondly, I believe that it's self-evident, and I believe everybody agrees that there is, it is important for the wider value this corridor is. And then thirdly, since day one, we have a special envoy for IMEC. It's a very experienced diplomat who's already embarked on discussions to that end, and Mr. Politis has worked a lot on it as well. Therefore, Greece has very specific and concrete advantages, and it can bring them to the table for discussion. Obviously, the market and the rules thereof will give solutions or resolve this. We, for our part, we must put in place the right circumstances and conditions to have efficiency, to have speed, and so on and so forth. In terms of transactions, the way they will be happening for IMEC, for eventually enterprises and entities, business entities, to opt for us as the end of the line. And strategically speaking, if we take stock of the situation, obviously Greece has stands a lot to gain through interconnections, through interconnecting IMEC with the Northern Axis. We have the 3Cs initiative +1, starting from the Aegean, going all the way to the Baltic Sea. And so such an interconnection with IMEC would give us a lot of added value. That's one. It's also important to acknowledge that what we've been already doing in the energy sector and so on certainly adds to the dynamics of our connection as a country to the IMEC. And thirdly, we must be committed to multilateral discussions so as to have this happen and to have the results and outcomes that we aspire to. Let me connect this to the previous panel discussion. This is one of the rationales behind this five-partite initiative. It would be useful. And I believe the previous speakers have already said that most of the things are happening bilaterally, and obviously decision-making is happening bilaterally too. I think it's equally obvious that the more we're seated around the table, the tougher the discussion will get. But then again, to a certain extent, things can become easier. You know why? Because maybe you are having bilateral discussions and you're not winning, but another bilateral discussion will get you something that you will win. And so, from a communications point of view, and also geopolitically, if you have various deals happen at the same point in time, then that allows scope for more creative solutions. How can I put it? More elaborate solutions could materialize more than what bilateral discussions would allow for. Should all that happen, should there be peace and more calm in the region, then IMEC will materialize even more speedily, because whether we like it or not, it's going through the heart of the Levante, and the end thereof is the Eastern Mediterranean region that we're discussing about. Mr. Politis, let me dwell on the same issue, but allow me to add an additional parameter. does Greece have the necessary port and railway infrastructure to manage the huge volumes of merchandise that will come with this corridor? I was expecting this question. I think this is picking up from where the previous speaker just left off. Quite often we tend to think that IMEC is going to give us a huge motorway or a railroad that will start from the eastern part of the Arabian Peninsula all the way to the port of Haifa, and then there will be, I don't know, some sort of bridge starting from Haifa. I think it's possible to do that, but then again, it's a matter of when and whether there will be funds. That's the big question. As far as we're concerned, the whole notion of the IMEC ought to concern a more concerted effort, a generalized effort for us to be closer from an economic and business point of view, closer to India. I believe this should be the target of Greece. And as Mr. Theoharis just said, and he was to the point, we have an envoy. His presence in the talks about IMEC will allow us to play a more active role. As far as I'm concerned, the whole philosophy behind IMEC is materializing already. I'll share an example. Maybe you'll agree with me. As of March, we will have a direct flight or direct flights in plural. Athens to India, direct flights. Two companies, airline companies, will be working in the field, and there will be a direct flight from Athens to Mumbai. So in my mind, in my head, IMEC is also materializing that way. It's happening for us. And when it comes to trade and commerce, if there is shipping in that, then that would not signify that we are competing against another Mediterranean country as the place where possibly eventually the merchandise from Haifa will get to. If you look at the map, IMEC has many prongs, and obviously we would like Greece to be one of the prongs. You know, and Mr. Theoharis also mentioned it, there is the Eastern Corridor through Alexandroupolis. We are heading up north. There are some fundamental basic railway connections. Basic, I'm saying, because this is pertinent to my responding to your question. We have a long way to go in order for us to be fully prepared. But then again, just as long as there is an economic and political volition, normally the first is pertinent to the opportunities that present themselves. It's also a matter of political stability. I'm coming back to what I said before, that we have political stability and we are committed to proper management, so eventually these two will get us funding. You are steadfast, there is small risk, there is a real economic need. You are in a location that one would see a point in constructing a port and investing. I think Mr. Zepos referred to China. Was it you, sir? Someone said that the port of Piraeus, when the Chinese investors came, well, the Americans could have come instead, or Indian, but it was the Chinese investors who showed up. There were no cranes or special bridges that were built eventually, but they came because there was that real economic need for that to grow, and that's how it grew. The port of Piraeus grew. And I'm saying that if we make the right moves, if we take the right steps, eventually we're going to get the ports and the railway, because just strategically and politically and economically speaking, we are doing right. So we have to work more. We have to be properly oriented. Again, in my mind, in my head, IMEC is happening. It is happening. It's not something that's going to materialize in 20 years' time. And let me also say that yesterday, Apostolos Zizikosas, along with Mr. Kiranakis and their peers from Bulgaria and Romania, they signed off to creating a railway connection or a railway network in order to have in each and every country the right infrastructure. So there you have it. Mr. Theoharis is supervising, amongst others, the Enterprise Greece entity, meaning economic and financial diplomacy. We've paid a couple of visits to India in the presence of the Prime Minister. We're going again. Yes, we're going again in order for us to beef up this idea, despite the fact that there is no railway connection.
Mr. Hajiman will say a few words about this new corridor, but this is going to be the last question. Please also reply concerning this economic cooperation that is being discussed. How can we proceed despite the different socio-economic tensions? Listen, I share the views of the previous speakers, and I listened to Mr. Theokaris very carefully about that it's better to have multilateral cooperations that will bring about a new dimension. But there is a snag. First of all, we need to try for their implementation, but we are a very small player here. Big-scale, dramatic operations relying on networks and multinational infrastructures, etc., are quite sensitive and difficult. Efforts have been made repeatedly in the past, not only with great success. Even the so-called Silken Road did it reach the level that the Chinese were wishing for? No. So let's talk about the U.S. The Americans do this. No, it's not the Americans. There is no consistency in the inspiration. There is a vision, a basic idea that is described in general terms, but there is no pressure for systematic implementation. And it also depends on many players. Much of the plan can change due to change in the circumstances. This is what I'm coming back to. Some reservations vis-à-vis the United States, especially because of the policy. And it's not only President Trump, it's Obama who left his allies stranded in the Middle East. The Biden era was a huge failure. Everybody is accusing Trump. Trump is there because of the huge failure of the Biden administration. Well, this has created some hesitation, some reservations among the partners. So, probably the allies will say yes, they agree, they consent, they make steps of a kind of cooperation, but they are still waiting for the change, for the page to change. They are expecting the change in the energy policy. So the question is what Mr. Politis has said. Do we have the money? Is there financial commitment? In case that it's not there, we need to be very careful. Let's cooperate, but not place all our expectations there. So in conclusion, yes, Mr. Zepos, when IMEC was decided at the level of the G20, it was approved both by the EU and the Biden administration. I have a question. Does anybody have the answer? Does the U.S. continue to support this corridor? Listen, the image that, the idea that we get, because I also met during the UN week meetings in New York, and the idea is that they have committed themselves and they are always present in the debates both in India and in France. For the time being, let me repeat, for the time being, this is not being questioned, this commitment is not being, but we need to be on our toes, of course. So it is not being questioned. Therefore, let me go on with my question to Mr. Zepos. What are the great changes that this corridor will bring about as regards investments and the economy? Well, if we are able to overcome the geopolitical issues, the Eastern Mediterranean, that is, then the main players and interested parties are Italy and Greece. They have already offered the ports, and we, as we heard by Mr. Politis and Mr. Theoharis, we need to be active in this project and see which is the port that we can sell. We are already involved in the execution plan. Mr. Politis, yes, Alexandroupolis, because of the access towards the Eastern Europe. We also have a rail connection, not at the level that one would wish for, but still it's okay. And that could be a good point for IMEC. I don't see any other port. Yes, you are right, because we're talking about the port of Alexandroupolis, the hub, and we're talking about something additional. The fact that we have the FSRU-1, that we will have most probably a second FSRU. Let us not look at the port as such, but the whole infrastructure, the hub will be, but yes, this sounds right. Because Marseille can serve Western Europe, Trieste, Central Europe, then Alexandroupolis could cover the eastern part of Europe. So before I say goodbye, I have been tempted for a last question to Mr. Hardouvelis. Which is the message you would send to foreign investors? Listen. My message would be that Greece is looking towards the future. We have achieved financial stability. We have a stable banking system. We are investing in digital economy, and this is value added because everybody does it. And we are also investing in energy, which was discussed today. So I wish that the countries of the Eastern Mediterranean can come to some agreement, because this will be a win-win for all. Thank you very much for this debate. The next panel will be chaired by Christos Doukas, Managing Editor of To Vima. Thank you very much. Let's take a family picture before we complete the debate.
Ναι, ναι. Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
I think we could start.
Δεν ξέρω. Καθίστε εκεί. Μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε.
Είναι ανοιχτό.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους.
Good afternoon. Let me welcome my distinguished guests, Ms. Marilena Kopa, Angelos Sirigos, and Athanasios Platias. We will be discussing a very important and very topical issue, the issue of the Mediterranean maritime trade routes. We see many pressures being exercised, geopolitical tensions seem to be multiplying. It's like a hydra phenomenon. One front closes, another opens, and the closed one returns with great intensity. And therefore, the international maritime community is on alert because they are called upon to deal with ever-changing challenges. So I will start by giving the floor to Mr. Sirigos, and I'm asking, the intensifying competition between the US and China, does this affect Greece, the region, and the Greek ports? When it comes to the Greek ports, Piraeus is a problem for the US. This is clear. The US would have liked to see China leave Piraeus, but when the tender was opened in 2008, the Greek government had turned both to Chinese and to US. Nobody wanted to show any interest, and then during the crisis, when nobody wanted to invest in this damn country, the Chinese made an investment. They invested they made a really big investment in Piraeus. It made, at some point, it was the third largest port and these are things that cannot be easily bypassed. When you have an international tender, the parties must show interest by participating in the tender. It's not just, I express my reservation. We have 4 ports. We have the Thessaloniki port, which has already been assigned to another project, including the Russia. So we have the Kavala and Alexandroupoli. So these are the 3 ports where IMEC will play. It is clear that the Indians do not want to arrive at a port controlled by Russian capitals or the Chinese. So coming to the second part of your question, at this point in time, what is underway is the Silk Road, as we call it. It's the Silken Road, which has brought all the infrastructure in the hands of the Chinese. The Chinese have bought whole countries. In Kazakhstan, they're building the biggest dry cargo port in the world, an area the size of Attica is around the port where trains leave for Central Asia and Europe. And we have the IMEC underway, which goes through India, the Middle East, Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and will arrive in Europe. And talking about Europe, we expect it to arrive in Greece, and the issue is which port will be used. Now, Mr. Platias, the instrumentalization of the critical straits, where does this lead us? And do you believe that the improvement of the passage of Suez is going to last a long time or not? And how about the shadow fleet and the security issues that are important to shipping? Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I would like to take on from what Mr. Sirigo says, the competition between the US and China. This is a new Cold War, And in this framework, we can identify many dimensions, one of which is the maritime dimension. But before going to that, these two huge powers cannot clash militarily because they both are nuclear powers. So the competition takes place in wars by proxy. Middle East and Ukraine, or in an economic war. Why? Because during the globalization, there was an interlinking of the economies, and many believe that this could bring about peace. But what we see is that this interlinking, this connection, becomes a weapon, and therefore this is weaponized, is instrumentalized. Everything is instrumentalized. Trade. Maritime trade, maritime routes, including the choke points, the straits that you mentioned, the ships, the shipyards, the trade, everything. And coming to maritime trade, which is 80% of global trade, it's cheaper to trade using shipping. So 80% is traded in. So 70% of this 80% goes through the trades, the choke points. So this is an easy to use tool for weaponization. This we saw in 2011 when the Suez Canal closed for 6 days. 12% of international trade goes through. 400 ships were waiting with a cost of 9 billion a day. So those who may not have realized the importance of these choke points, well, it was made clear, and the choke points are weaponized. The maritime routes, the Red Sea, we have the Houthi attacking ships. This, during a period, has led to a drop by 75% of passengers via the Suez Canal. The ships had to go around Africa, which has added a cost of approximately $1 million more, 10 to 14 days delay, plus 1,400 miles, extra miles. And this has, of course, brought problems to the supply chains. And Suez is not the only case. There are threats concerning the Hormuz Straits, where 30% of global energy goes through. And moreover, because of the geopolitical situation, we have the Malacca Straits, and what is happening in the southeastern China Sea, which is claimed by China, and $5 trillion worth of trade per year go. Then we have the Straits of Taiwan. So the straits, the choke points, is an easy thing to weaponize, but it's not only that, it's the maritime routes or the ships. 4 ships were hit a few days ago, 2 tankers in the Baltic Sea, another one that was carrying oil, and another tanker in Somalia. And they have a common characteristic. They trade with Russia, and 4 of them were probably part of the shadow fleet. Who hit them? For 2, Ukraine has assumed responsibility. Everyone believes that all 4 were hit by Ukraine. And this during the last week. And before that, when the war in Ukraine started, there were many attacks. Ships, the ones carrying grain from Ukraine, Russian ships carrying oil, as well as ports. Odessa by the Russian, Novorossiysk by the Ukrainians, and so on and so forth. Attacks are continuing as we speak. Novorossiysk was hit during the past 3 or 4 days. Therefore, ports are becoming weaponized, not as a target, but also at on a different dimension. Since international trade is working in favor of China, the US want to implement a decoupling strategy. And in the framework of this decoupling and in the effort to limit China, another policy is the rollback. How can you roll back the positions of China in Europe, in Africa, and elsewhere? And this we see when it comes to Greece in Piraeus, but we see it in Latin America. Trump spoke about occupying Panama. Why? Because there are Chinese interests. The Chinese started selling their ports. Then an American company expressed interest, but then the Chinese said, no, we need Costco to participate. Then we have the sanctions. The US have sent away from the energy markets Russia, Iran, and Venezuela, three very central countries. And if you throw so many countries outside the markets while there is a need for energy, I come to the second part of your question. We see a shadow fleet developing between 600 ships up to 1,400 tankers. So 20% of the world fleet for tankers. So for a while, this was tolerated by the international community because there was a need for cheap energy. Now this tolerance has stopped. The Ukrainians are hitting. Europe has imposed sanctions. So a part that stops shipping is also this. And lastly, it is the shipyards themselves. The US, you may remember, have imposed port fees for ships entering the U.S. Ports, starting from 1 to 3.5 million, depending on the cargo. And that was imposed on ships that were built in Chinese shipyards, which means that a big part of the global fleet, because China generates 60% of the newly built ships, Chinese ships could not approach these American ports. And the Chinese reacted by using something like a nuclear weapon. They embargoed the rare earths vis-a-vis to the United States. So when President Xi met President Trump in Seoul a while ago, they were mainly trying to deal with financial issues. And there, the Chinese have exchanged the embargo of rare earths for 1 year, while the US have withdrawn the port fees again for 1 year. You see that issues related to maritime trade, etc., the level that they have reached in the discussion. There are sanctions and secondary sanctions against specific companies and specific ship owners who are involved in this whole network. So the costs and the opportunities are both huge. And that is why the US is trying to revive their shipbuilding policy. Yes, the Chinese control 60% of the global market, Koreans 30%, and Japanese 13-14%. The US are at the level of 0.2%. They are non-existent. Part of the political theory of President Trump is that the port fees should amass $52 billion, so that the $1 billion that they should be spent on shipyard. This is not a software that can be created from one moment to another. No, this requires years and cheap labor. And therefore, even the Koreans who have the control 30%, bring in people from Malaysia and other countries. The Americans are chasing away with the Trump immigration policy. They send the potential workers for the shipyards away. They're sending them away. And even worse, they will be unable to maintain their military fleet, their fleet. They are obliged to build it in Korea or in Japan, although they were trying to avoid this. When you are unable to keep shipyards, and this was lost many years ago, ever since the Reagan administration in 1981, because he said that the markets will solve the issue. The markets have solved the issue. They threw the Americans away. Now it's very difficult for them to re-enter the shipyard.
Πώς αντιδρά και τι έχετε να πείτε για τη μομφή.
Madam Kopa, over to you. Your comments. Well, about Europe and its position. Well, you know, whenever Europe is faced with a problem, is building institutions and policies. So my focus will be on that direction. And I would like to thank Professor Platias for providing the general framework. In 2004, we have had the marine security strategy adoption, the first one. The problems were not resolved. The hybrid model became the new norm, and so on. 2023, it was decided, and also in light of developments in warfare in Ukraine and Gaza, to update this policy, this strategy. What have been the key objectives? Of course, to protect the European Union interests and the coordination at the level of stakeholders' activities. So that has been the number one objective, to protect the critical infrastructure, of course, the ports, but also the subsea cables, the pipelines. And as we speak, those marine cables are critically important because all the data in this digital infrastructure is via those cables. So just think of the internet. Second objective, second point, to try and set up a common environment to exchange information, because the states in this region, not just the African ones and the Middle East ones, but even among the European Union states, there is somehow a concern or a hesitation in order to exchange this information by the critical infrastructure in the sea. And of course, to tap on the potential via satellites and so on. Finally, new diplomatic initiatives, diplomatic efforts. So in practice, this has been translated into military oversight. For example, the Irini operation off the northern shore of Africa, offshore Libya. So exercise the monitoring as regards the United Nations embargo. A very important operation, 2020 all the way through 2027, and other operations as well. For example, the Atalanta operation to combat piracy offshore Somalia, the Shields operation in the Red Sea, and also the EMAS operation in the Hormuz Straits. So a branch, an operational branch for monitoring and oversight. Also, Frontex for the borders protection, but also it involves management of migration, illegal trafficking, and it provides some protection as regards the trade routes and the marine routes. Another aspect has to do with the European Organization for the Marine Security. This involves the technological aspects, the coordination, information, all the technical data radars, satellites that have to be in place in order to have marine security. There is also a recommendation to set up the marine spatial planning for all member states. Our country has already proceeded with that. And there are also two major diplomatic initiatives. The one, of course, has to do with the southern neighborhood, the Maghreb countries, the Middle East countries. So this policy is about the establishment of a relationship framework between Europe and the countries in the region. And a couple of days ago, we have had the adoption of the Pact for the Mediterranean. So this pact provides for this framework, although, and we know that there is also a commissioner with the portfolio of the Mediterranean. So the objective here for the pact is to establish a framework for the collaboration, security and coordination. So this is what we have had so far. But let's proceed with the reality check. That was my question. So the European Union is in a major embarrassment as regards the Eastern Mediterranean, first of all, because it operates as a follower as regards the United States, and as regards the negotiation at the level of tariffs, it adopted a stance, let's say, to alleviate a bit the consequences and trying to soften a bit President Trump, if that is feasible. And on the other hand, it has a policy of attenuation. It would rather have bilateral relations and not be subjected to a European policy. This has been the case par excellence in the case of the warfare in Gaza. So at a time when any notion and any concept of international law and order had been had collapsed, the EU member states would adopt each one a different stance, a different position. So the outcome has been very sad. It has showcased this weakness, this inability to adopt a common stance vis-à-vis the war crimes in Gaza. And this has been a major blow. Why? Because the European Union argues and promotes for itself that it is an actor in the union of principles and values. So here it is a union where supposedly international law is at the forefront, and we have seen that it collapsed. So this leads us to the third topic of my intervention, which has to do with the double standards. So the European Union has identified as a major threat for its existence Russia, and it has placed all its focus on the warfare in Ukraine. We have packages of sanctions and so on, as Mr. Platias has said. So it is as if the Eastern Mediterranean is at a limbo. It cannot adopt a position that is vis-à-vis the Eastern Mediterranean. So this means that we are very strict as regards, and very righteously so, as regards Russia violations of the international law, because Russia has done that. But there is no sensitivity whatsoever of any equivalence as regards the warfare in the Middle East. And to conclude this intervention, let's say, of mine, if I were to draw a conclusion, I would say that allocating the money does not suffice, it's not enough. The European Union has been the #1 provider as regards humanitarian aid in Gaza, in northern Africa. We are talking about hundreds of billions. If there is no strategy, what is your objective? What is your purpose as regards this region? So just by, delivering the money, it is as if you want to do away with any guilt or with any responsibility and not to have the problem in your backyard. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, Mr. Platias and Madame Coppa made an overview as regards the global situation in the European Union. So I would like to raise a question. Are there any alternatives and ways to come up with those uncertainties? What would you say, Mr. Sirigos? If you're discussing about maritime trade routes, I would say yes, but I'm not referring only to the maritime trade routes. Listen, there is a move that could change the map from a geopolitical perspective. So Alexandroupolis distance between, Alexandroupolis and Odessa, as the bird flies, has a distance of 750 kilometers. Ever since the warfare in Ukraine, 73 cargo trains have been transferred from Alexandroupolis via Constanza to Ukraine on an average journey of 40 to 30 hours. However, there are no vertical access. So the train networks do not follow the coastline, but from the coastline to Bucharest and Sofia. Despite those objective, let's say, difficulties, the cargo has reached in 30 hours to Constanza. If you were to adopt a maritime route and in calm waters, it would take approximately 3 days, and under normal circumstances, no problems, no choke points, and so on. So we realized that this continental, if you like, alternative could be even more competitive. The second point has to do with the Rail Baltica. The European Union spends 2.5 billion euros approximately in order to build a fast railway connection through Poland via the Baltic countries, and it is about to be completed next year, and the final destination is Helsinki. So the idea is to have a railway line that can transport at the level of capacity large cargoes. It would be a rather fast transportation, starting from Odessa via Constanza and Varna, so Romania, Bulgaria, and with the final destination, Alexandroupolis. If this really materializes, this means that from the moment that a cargo departs from Odessa, it will arrive in Alexandroupolis in 10 or 12 hours. So you realize that this is a geopolitical revolution. It is a game changer. When Jason in mythology had raised a question before Chiron about how reaching the Black Sea and the fleece, then the answer had to do with taking the maritime routes, the Aegean, the Black Sea, and so on. If what I described before materializes, it would only take one sea, the Aegean Sea, and then the railway network. So this means that the European Union must proceed with this project. Yesterday, the Transport Commissioner, Mr. Tzitzikostas, signed feasibility studies and other, reports about the connectivity between Alexandroupolis and Bulgaria. I have not seen the documents yet. I'm waiting to, see them and read them. And so Europe has expressed its interest in this direction. The Prime Minister announced that on 2 occasions, when he met with Zelensky in July 2025 and then in Rome during the Forum of the Donor Countries. So it seems that this project is progressing. So if that is the case, you realize that when it comes to the Vigla railway line, you can have alongside pipelines for hydrogen, natural gas, and electricity cables, because we discussed earlier on the vertical axis. This would require the building of large-scale infrastructure at the level of the port of Alexandroupolis, cranes, storage areas, and so on, at the level of Piraeus. So the port of Alexandroupolis is slightly smaller than the Thessaloniki one. It is adjacent to the Alexandroupolis airport, which means that it can be the first cargo terminal, not just for Greece, but for the Balkans. And it also comes with the advantage that port infrastructure and port authorities are already in place. The only thing has to do with the port infrastructure. So instead of 13-meter depth, you need to have 18-meter depth in order to operate as a large-scale port. But because this is a port with an actively operating infrastructure, it wouldn't take too long before this can be achieved. So large cargo, large ships, so you need to proceed with this deepening, let's say, operations. So now, since this port is not in full operation at its peaks, this could take a lesser time to be implemented. So the Rail Baltica, from the moment that it is initiated, it would take 2.5 years. So if this takes place, this means that Bulgaria, Romania, and Ukraine, or unfortunately whatever will be left of Ukraine, there will be no need to use the straits, but they will choose the railway network as a faster route. So this, of course, involves Eastern Europe. It does not regard the globe, says Mr. Platias. And at the global level, 80% of trade takes place through maritime routes because it is much cheaper than air transportation or railway transportation. So this is a fact. A drastic way to change that would be to choose the Arctic Circle, so to reduce marine trade between East and West by 40%. So that would reduce the cost and the days of journey. But this would require other conditions, for example, the melting of ice. But because ice is melting because of the climate change, and of course the icebreakers support that, there is huge rivalry as to the control over the Arctic. And it is not accidental that even before he was elected, Trump talked about the control of this area, the entry from the Atlantic towards from the Arctic towards the Atlantic. Another dimension is important because the US fleet controls the sea. That is, the impact at the level of the shipyards has not been manifest at the level of their fleet. So very easily, they can actually close these straits. For example, the Malaga Strait, 60% of international trade passes through those straits, or if they make a move against the if they close the Hormuz Straits, again, trade towards Asia will be affected, and China trade towards Europe passes through the Malaga, through the straits as well, the Malaga Straits, and another critical geographical point has to do with the Taiwan Straits. So at any moment, at any time, the US can block the China trade and destroy the China economy. So China, as a defense, let's say, mechanism, they have initiated the Silk Road. And now you see the consequences. Against the Silk Belt Road, let us proceed with the IMEC initiative. So everybody is after the maritime routes. The geopolitics is huge here. One of the reasons why the Ottoman Empire collapses is when the Suez Canal became fully operational, and we had this opening of the maritime route for trade via Suez instead of the Eurasian route. So the last thing that Turkey would wish would wish perhaps to have is to stop, is not to have the Suez Straits, and already they are building on alternative routes. They are trying to revive the route, the Eurasian ones, via Baghdad and so on. So as a complementary road to the Chinese road of the BRI. So BRI passes through Turkey, and Turkey has the ambition to be part of this axis. So all those different choices, alternative choices, have winners and losers. The same goes for the marine trade as well. Of course, there are risks involved and which come along with the tariffs and the marine trade and port fees. But however, this also generates tremendous opportunities, especially for the merchant marine companies. Because when you have 14 extra days at the level of a journey, this means that you generate extra revenues. And also, fewer vessels are available for the cargo to be transposed, so the flat fee also goes up. Now, at the level of the warfare in Ukraine, the energy infrastructure changed as well. Instead of having cheaper energy trade via the pipelines, all of a sudden, we have the LNG supply from the United States in the Mediterranean and then to the north. So you see that this is a reshuffling, if you like, of the game. So it would be wise to say and to see that there are both risks and opportunities, and this also involves the Greek merchant marine, because anything that brings about a distortion in the market and market inefficiencies, it is also a generator of opportunities. Yes, the Greek ship owners have indeed tapped and they have seized the opportunities, not only currently, but since the past. Yes, actually it was the 19th century Greek ship owners of the time that ignited, if you like, the Greek uprising against the Ottoman Empire by breaking the embargo against the British in Spetses and in Psara.
Αυτών των θαλασσίων διαδρομών. Κυρία Κοπά, θα θέλατε να κάνετε κάποιο σχόλιο πάνω σε αυτά?
Στη βάση αυτών που είπε ο κύριος Πλατιάς, νομίζω ότι βρισκόμαστε πια στην κεντρική σημασία όχι της γεωπολιτικής, της γεωοικονομίας. Γιατί αυτό είναι το πεδίο και αυτό έχει πάρα πολλά.
We are looking at the great importance of geo-economy, and this is very important for us to understand the new situation. The coming period will require our country to take a stance on this issue smartly with alternatives, meaning that the rationale that I focus exclusively on one partner, albeit a very strong one, I think this is a mistake. And going back to the Eastern Mediterranean, Greece is the only European player in the Eastern Mediterranean. Our European card is the most important card. I understand the agreements and the pipelines, they are also important, there's no question about it, but we should not abandon our European position. The initiatives such as this five-member forum, the East Med Forum, should include us as a European player, and not just one among the others. And I understand that we are gradually abandoning this card. It's as if Europe is not enough for us any longer. Okay, the strong player in the Eastern Mediterranean is obviously the US, and obviously, Mr. Trump has transactional plans for this part of the world, but things develop, things change. And Our only stable fixture is our participation in the EU family, despite the huge problems that I attempted to present. Even a change of policy in the field of energy. For instance, in the past, we were listening to the Prime Minister talking about the green transition. Now this is gone, disappeared. We are at the level of drill, baby, drill. So the foreign policy and the line that the country follows can not only be defined by who is the current strong player. Our position, our identity is European, and this is what should be our characteristic. Mr. Sirigos, a last comment? I have one last comment. Listen. All this green transition was a myth. You cannot solve the problem only with RES. And that was already true even before the arrival of AI, which consumes huge amounts of energy. The green transition was not enough because we have the so-called global south and countries such as India and China that want to grow, and therefore they need energy. So this green transition was a toy for Europe. China has 58 or 60% of lignite. India even more. And these are two giants, 3 billion people just in those two countries. So the green transition was a European narrative. If looking at the demand from crypto, from artificial intelligence, and mainly because countries are growing, India and Indonesia, the poor people become middle class, so their behaviors are changing. So all the trends show a rise in demand. The green transition was telling us that the fuels would be replaced by RES, but this is not possible anymore. There is an exponential demand for energy, and we see new forms of energy being added gradually. Despite the huge investments in RES, you know how much they participate in the global mix, 17%, including the nukes. So the fossil fuels are not going to disappear. The forecast of the giants is not only that there will be no transition in 2050, but the price of fossil fuels will be higher. What will happen is that the 17% of RES and nuclear may go up to 30, but that's all. But the fossil fuels will continue to exist. So that was a myth, that all of a sudden we don't need natural gas or oil. All of this is going to become obsolete because the RES is going to solve the problem. This was a myth, and luckily, because of President Trump as well, the Greek government is changing. Listen, I don't think that this is a myth, but what is certainly not a myth is the climate change. The fact is that the planet is faced with a serious problem. It's not what Mr. Trump and others tell us that this is fake. In Greece, we are experiencing it every day, especially for the Mediterranean, which strangely enough is becoming a hotspot of climate change. 1.5 degrees in the rest of the Mediterranean. The Eastern Mediterranean is over 2.5. So we will have a desertification of the southern coast of the Mediterranean. So, my dear Thanasis, if we look at the on the basis of interest, national interest, this is a matter of national survival. You may think that this is just a green dream, but the pressure that we need to exercise on the indicators means our survival, especially for small nations such as Greece. So we need to look at it also as a struggle to survive. Drilling and the drilling is a short-term policy. But this goes along the market. Yes, but the market is not always market, unfortunately. And that was proven on the eve of World War II. Yes, 2/3 of global energy is consumed in China. And for China to cover its needs, uses 68% lignite. Yes, but they have set preconditions. In India, in Indonesia, and the countries of the global south will have cheaper energy. Even Europe is maintaining and is having an ambiguous stance. And within the whole narrative of green growth, we have heard the cleanest form of energy.
The US has natural gas and hydrocarbons. China is emphasizing on renewable energy sources. The former sells hydrocarbons, the other, yes. There are problems in both. Renewables based on materials that are non-recyclable, and they are a serious problem for the natural environment. The most important problem nowadays being the batteries, the cells. The most important management issue that will crop up will be over the next decade, hundreds of thousands of cells and batteries from e-vehicles who won't know what to do with them. So there's one thing, I mean, the advance payment for properly managing eventually the battery. We have that in Greece after the end of its lifetime, but in a nutshell, nobody knows what to do with them. Climate crisis is also, there's no doubt about it, is a fact. I can't be 100% certain whether it's actually caused by people or maybe it's due to, well, scientists say it's mostly man-made. Yes, but then again, there's more to it than just that. I'm not just saying that people are exclusively responsible for it. There are certain, there's data, there's evidence. A couple of years ago, I was at an exhibition in The Hague. There were pictures of winter landscapes in the 1600s. Everything was covered in snow. There were streams and people were ice skating. Back in that time, it was normal. Nowadays, it's inconceivable in the Netherlands, and it showed it was not man-made, if you will. But the main issue now, the big issue now, is the following. We, as Europe, we have set certain goals. Only Europe did that. Nobody else did so. The transitional fuel is definitely natural gas, and therefore we need to proceed with exploration for hydrocarbons during this transitional period. Let me say something else since we're talking about alternative routes. If, God willing, there is the Cregi, this Greek-Egypt cable that is going to transport power from generators that are in the desert in Africa. The price at which we'll get it in Greece, and therefore Europe will get it as well, the price will be significantly lower compared to the price of hydrocarbons. I'm not comparing anything with nuclear power. I'm talking about the comparative pricing for hydrocarbons instead. So this is happening. I think we have exaggerated and over-trusted RES without solving the problem through them. I'm not saying we should abandon them, but then again, so far, they don't prove to have helped us achieve what we wanted to. Thanasis, I believe that in 2017 we were at 12%, and now we've gone to 17%, including nuclear, which is 4% of the global energy mix. Only 4%, yes, it's only 4%. It's interesting to know that the money that's been given managed to get this mere 12% to only 17%. So there's a very small difference, and the increase is very small compared to the amount of money. And it's normally the rich nations that pay, Europeans as a rule, and for a certain amount of time it was also the Americans. Let me make a small remark that is pertinent to shipping. One of the ways to have clean energy at seas is to use small nuclear reactors as a means to allow for container ships mostly, or big vessels, to navigate the seas. This is one way to have clean maritime transport. This is something that's happening. It's coming. The only way that we are stalling that, it's mostly because the IMO, that is the world community, has not put in place the right regulatory framework. We have nuclear-powered vessels, have had such for 70 years, including aircraft carriers and icebreakers and submarines. For them, so we have the know-how, and therefore we can put in place a relevant framework in order for one of these vessels to come to Piraeus, and at the same point in time to also go eventually to Genoa and then to Amsterdam. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. I know there were many issues, but still, this was a very hot and interesting discussion. It was very interesting, says the moderator. Let me just say there will be no break whatsoever. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Kolonas. He is the editorial manager of OT.gr. He will be moderating the next discussion.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, δεν υπάρχει...
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no break, and therefore let's us duly proceed right away with the next session.
Για να είμαστε στην ώρα μας...
To make sure you're on time, because the Prime Minister will be here at 4 sharp.
Τελευταίος, ναι. Αλλά... Mr. Levitt. Hello. Nice to meet you. No. Have a seat.
Εδώ,
Yes.
κάτι μου παίρνω τα δύο.
Thank you.
Εδώ, ωραία.
Κύριε Λακοτρίπη, γεια σας.
Γεια σας. Ευχαριστώ. Ναι.
Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the King George Hotel. This is the second day of a two-day conference that started yesterday. It's on the Mediterranean in floods. This is co-organized by the Council, Greece and Global Affairs, To Vima newspaper, and the Delphi Economic Forum. We are here to discuss energy and infrastructure in this Mediterranean, which is indeed in flux. It's changing speedily, And quite often, events overtake us, and it's difficult to foresee them. Energy and infrastructure, economic cooperation, networks, and geopolitical rivalries. To begin with, let me extend a welcome to Mr. Tassos Hadjivasiliou, a member of the Hellenic Parliament and a former Minister of Foreign Affairs Deputy. Nikolaos Faratouris is seated next to Mr. Hadjivasiliou, who's an MEP. Good afternoon. And right next to him, there's Yorgos Lakotripis, former Minister of Energy, Commerce, Industry and Tourism in Cyprus. Welcome, sir. And we're also in the presence of Mr. Ariel Levitt, Senior Fellow, Technology International Affairs Program, Carnegie Endowment and the National Peace. Welcome, sir. And Kostis Stambolis, Chairman and Executive Director of the Institute of Energy for Southeastern Europe. Welcome, Mr. Stambolis. Let me kick off with a brief introduction by each and every one of you. So you each are going to have maybe 5 minutes. Let me start with you, Mr. Hadjivasiliou. We are talking about energy and infrastructure in the region. It's true. And to begin with, thank you very much for the invitation. And let me thank Simeon Tsomokos as well. This is the Eastern Mediterranean. It's faced as we speak with important and rapid developments, especially in the energy sector. We are faced with a new reality. Nowadays, energy is no longer a simple transactional good. It's also intertwined with security and safety. So we're faced with a new reality, and nations in the region must read the current situation in the right manner. And I'm happy because the government in power is doing that correctly. Let me explain what I'm saying. We have set 3 goals, first of which is to have cheaper energy. This is important to households and businesses alike, generally speaking, the Greek economy. The second goal is to take advantage of our locally sourced resources, and that's why the government made these deals recently in order for us to eventually become a producer. And the third goal of ours is to make sure that we protect our role as a provider of energy security. And I think we've managed to do so to a certain extent, to a great extent. We've done so thanks to investing in serious infrastructural projects. Revithousa, Alexandroupolis, the FSIU, all these whole cluster nexus of infrastructure projects has helped us achieve our goals. And let me share with you 2 figures. 5 years ago, that is in the year 2020, 6 BCM of natural gas got here, and we exported almost next to nothing. In 2024, 4 years down the line, we had an inflow of 17 BCM of natural gas, out of which, please pay attention to this, more than 11 BCM was exported, meaning that Greece is now in a position to offer energy safety and security to neighboring countries. And this is not theoretical, this is practical, and it's true. And this is not the end, because in the Eastern Mediterranean, we're faced with developments, important developments. We're making steps further. We have the IGB, the interconnector with Bulgaria. We are upgrading the TAP. We are connecting with North Macedonia. And therefore, Greece is a central player in this energy chain, starting from Eastern Mediterranean and going all the way to continental Europe. We are playing a key role, and we are communicating a clear message. We cannot tolerate revisionist forces and powers like Russia, and we can't allow them to weaponize an infrastructure. We experienced that a few years ago. Bulgaria went through a very tough winter when the Russians stopped giving it fuel, and that's when Greece pitched in, because we were in a position to do so, and we helped. So let me, by way of conclusion, state this as well. We are proceeding with having an exploration and drilling policy. Indeed, we are becoming a producer country by making deals with ExxonMobil, amongst others, always subscribing to and complying with the midline policy and international law, the former, whatever needs to be enforced. This is our message. We are sending a message. This is the way to make agreements. This is the way to make the right plans, always with full respect to international law, the legal law and order. And we have this competitive advantage that is helping us upgrade Greece. First and foremost, we have a steadfast and steady government, so the political environment is stable. We can have diversification of sources, not just for the sake of our own nation, but also our neighbors. And we're very close to the big markets, the big energy markets of Europe that are thirsty for new resources and sources. As a result thereof, and this is a conclusion, nowadays we're faced with a new geopolitical political and energy environment in Southeastern Mediterranean and Europe, or rather in this part of the world. And Greece is playing a key role, not accidentally, but because it had the right infrastructure strategy that brought it to the point where it is today. Mr. Farandouris, let us lend an ear to what you have to say by way of an introduction.
I would like to stress the importance of certain terms. Diversification, to be able to compete in the market, not be vulnerable, not be dependent at the level of energy, therefore politically and economically, to be able to provide affordable prices for the businesses and the households. So the diversification of energy sources has been one of our key concerns in collaboration with Mr. Lakotripis back in 2019 by implementing the southern and other corridors, because Greece has a geographical advantage to tap on, to have corridors, routes, and channels be intersected and interconnected. And we also set the basis for some cross-partisan projects, I would say, that were opted and adopted for funding by the European Union. Unfortunately, on the 18th of March, the East Med pipeline was put into the drawers, if you like, of the Brussels activities. And during the period of 10 years, 2009-2019, when I was the advisor at the DEPA, there was a very fruitful collaboration. So this project, the pipeline project, was supported by the Foreign Minister Pompeo of the United States, and with a generous funding by the European Union. Greece, Israel, and Cyprus formed a very solid alliance with the ambition to have Italy on board as well. Unfortunately, that was put aside in 2022 due to the Turkey's position. Now we have another project. The Greece, Cyprus, Israel electricity connectivity. More than 700 million of funds have already been, let's say, insured, and by the end of the year, 1 billion of euros. It is a simple project without the technical difficulties as regards a submarine cable. It is crystal clear, concise, and there is not even a pretext of a reaction from the side of Turkey. It is just a cable, nothing to do with economic exclusive zone, with continental shelves, and so on. It is a project, and following my letter to the Commissioner Jokersen, and also a question that I submitted, replied that it is a project of geopolitical importance. And to my question as to what would be our reaction against the threats by Turkey, the response was that we are against any threats or any reaction. Finally, the East Med, a couple of days ago, it was adopted among the projects of common interest for the European Union. So the European Union wants these projects to be materialized. It provides the funding. So why do we bury them in drawers? So the large-scale projects, the ambitious projects have to be supported at the level of consistency and credibility, because this is how we can become credible interlocutors vis-à-vis our friends and credible competitors vis-à-vis our foes. And thank you.
just left off. I'm going to start with East Med. Maybe it's been shelved since 2022. Nonetheless, new routes, and I insist on this, are being created mostly thanks to the infrastructure in Alexandroupolis, and I'm going to refer to it next. Simply allow me at this point to discuss our own drilling in the EEZ of Cyprus, because in recent years, and also because of the narrative of the EU with regard to the energy transition, in recent years we have sort of been sided. Between 2012 and July this year, when we found Pegasus, Cyprus has, as we speak, almost 20 trillion cubic feet of natural gas found. And this number, I'm talking about gas initially in place. This is translated to 570 BCM. If we have 17% recovery rates, then we have an important quantity of recoverable natural gas. Of course, prerequisite for Cyprus was and still is the fact that we don't have something like Leviathan in Israel or Zo in Egypt. So we have sort of average size discoveries of reserves. Still, they're important. As a result thereof, now that the way is being paved, given that there was recently an agreement about the vertical corridor, there will be USA LNG coming to the countries that are participating in the vertical corridor. Now that it's there, just think about it, there are new prospects for us to create what we had been trying to do for years. And this is going to help Greece become a transit country, but then again, this is also going to take advantage of resources in Cyprus and neighboring countries. Mr. Levitt, over to you.
Thank you, and thank Mr. Tsomakas for inviting me to participate in this very important discussion, and not just because I'm an Israeli. So a couple of points I want to make, and I want to build on things that were said by the previous panels, but just try to put them together in some ways. I think we have this tremendous paradigm shift where energy security, infrastructure, and national security are coming together in ways they never have. And they do so on a cross of dimensions. So one of them is economic advantage. It's not coincidence that what President Trump has declared, he wants to have energy dominance, not energy independence, energy dominance. What France is trying to offer based on its nuclear energy is energy competitiveness. So the first dimension is that you want to be there compared to others, and you want in some ways also to deny it to the others. So in the geopolitical competition of where the new batteries will come, where the new nuclear power plants would come from, and so on, this is kind of an important aspect of this geopolitical competition. The second one is that it's influence. Together with these energy projects, many of them have many life expectancy of decades. The nuclear is just one case where it's 60 or 80 or 90 years and so on, comes influence. The third is resilience. Resilience against climate developments, but also resilience against adverse action. If you open the New York Times today, you would see how much the issue of hybrid warfare has escalated to the and obviously, in addition to this, this is also something of political significance domestically. So we do have all of those issues coming together, and we do have the need to combine in some ways legal perspective, political perspective, economic perspective, military perspective, police perspective, intelligence perspective, all of them in order to have a coherent perspective of where it is that you want to go. And what I've heard in the previous panels, which I thought was very important, is discussion of some of these elements. And now if I shift my attention to what are the challenges and the risks, I would say the number one is we need to overcome this institutional and conceptual silos. The number one is to be able to look at this holistically. I'm not saying this just kind of as an academic. I'm saying this as someone who's been in government for many years. I know how difficult it is. I know how difficult it is to try and bring together all of those perspectives and to create kind of a coherent strategy as part of it, particularly when there are pressing issues and there are political constraints and economic pressures and so on. But in order for Greece to actually manage the risks and take advantage of the opportunities that all of the others preceding me have discussed, whether it's on the maritime routes or on the naval, as well as the ones that will involve undersea cables, as well as to talk about the things on land, the important thing is to have a coherent strategy. And to have the coherent strategy that deals with taking advantage but also managing the geopolitical risks, that manages the economic viability of the project, and that adds to it an operational resilience. And the reason we need to combine all of these perspectives is because the economic community is, first of all, wants to have effective management of the risks. And we have here incredible list of risks that other panels have mostly discussed, but I'll mention just one more. If there is a thaw with Russia tomorrow morning that the Americans produce, then all kind of things happen in the economic dimension that would deter massive investments in key areas. To give you one example, would you continue resume in buying enriched uranium from Russia, which you have tried to win yourself off? I mean, Europe has tried to win itself off. Will you resume buying gas from Russia, and that will change the whole economic fundamentals and so on? So when the economic community now needs to make those financial commitments to build those big projects and so on, in the back of their mind is not just what happens in Libya and what is the Turkish role and things of that nature. They're also looking at other things that could spoil, will there be elections that would change the priorities of the governments involved? Or can we count that if there are elections in Greece in a year and a half time, these elections would assure at least continuity in building those energy and infrastructure projects going forward, and so on. Will the effort that is being put in place to try and manage the hybrid warfare risks coming from terrorists and criminals, and the fusion between terrorists and criminals that we're seeing in different places and so on, is this the apparatus of the state, not war. I'm not talking about war, I'm talking about hybrid. I'm talking about the clandestine going after infrastructure, which we're already seeing in various areas in Western Europe. So a lot of people have talked about the geopolitical risks as such. I am trying to put my attention on a concept that I think some of my colleagues have already referred to, which is the resilience and the diversification, but above all, put in front of you the need to develop a coherent, multidimensional strategy. And I think the challenge for Greece now in terms of one last thing that I would say, because I was asked by our distinguished chair here to bring it up. A lot of people talked about the integration of the electric grids and the routes, the various routes and so on. I just want to say that I think one area that lends itself to collaboration with particularly the partners that were mentioned here, with Bulgaria and Romania first and foremost, but also for others, is the nuclear dimension. We'll probably come to it later. Let me stop here, hand it over to my distinguished colleague here.
Thank you. Κύριε Σταμπολή.
Mr. Stambolis, over to you.
I would like to warmly thank Mr. Tsomokos and the Delphi Economic Forum and the Council for this invitation. You know, from the moment that I read the title, The Mediterranean in Flux, I became an enthusiast as regards my participation in this forum. It is important to have a broad overview as regards development in this region. And based on that, Greece and other neighboring countries ought to be able to understand their situation and positioning as regards supply, demands, resources, and so on, now and for the future. So, in our view, the Mediterranean and the Eastern Mediterranean in particular represents a very important pole or pillar as regards energy production, which in the course of time will not only suffice for the needs of that region, but also it will have the capacity to export. And of course, this involves mainly Europe, not to mention the LNG, of course. And my friend Nikos Faradouris will confirm what I'm about to say, because a year ago, if one would argue that in the next years to come, natural gas would be part of the energy mix for Europe, would be condemned. Anybody who would put forward such an argument would be criticized as one who is demonizing green transition. So we see that the reality has proven the opposite. Of course, there are subsidies for this green transition. Everything is in the energy mix, the renewables, but they participate at a lower extent than when it comes to the production of electricity. It is not that the renewables cover 50% of the energy needs in Europe and 40% in Europe. The truth of the matter is that they cover for 20-21% for the energy needs in Europe and perhaps 22-23% of the energy needs for Greece. And this is not going to go much higher, up to 30%, I would say, max. So in order for the renewables to be part of this energy mix in an efficient manner, except for geothermy, they need to have the base loads. So this means natural gas. We will be needing natural gas for at least 20, 30, 40 years. So energy will have the need for natural gas. As we speak, it consumes 300 to approximately BCMs per year. This can be reduced to a lower level, I don't know, maybe 200 BCMs or even less. So now we have the block as regards Russian natural gas. So Europe is supplied via other countries in Europe, and of course the American LNG. Easy to store, easy to become regasified. It is more expensive than natural gas, but it is a feasible solution and a tangible one. Greece had provided for the capacity to have LNG in its grid, in its system. Of course, we added up LNG extra infrastructure, and we can accommodate, that is, LNG. And of course, we have Turkey as our neighbor, but there are concerns as regards LNG, and there is a risk that it may no longer be exporting Russian natural gas towards Europe. But this is a political issue. So I would like to conclude by saying that our region is rich in natural gas. As we speak, 3 trillion cubic meters as we speak. For example, Cyprus, 400 BCMs proven resources. Mr. Lakotripis is fully aware of that. Cyprus started this exploration many years ago. Unfortunately, although they identified natural gas, they have not proceeded to its monetization. But it's a different debate. Israel, 1.5 BCMs, and Egypt, 1.8 BCM. So this adds up to 2.8 trillion cubic meters. This is a huge amount. However, this figure is mainly dedicated to the needs of the region. However, in a few years' time, in particular, if Greece is on board at a level of proven reserves, this amount will increase. We hope that based on the plan for drilling and the agreements signed, we will know for sure. I will stop here, and I believe that during the Q&A round, we will be able to say more. Well, 650 billion cubic meters is the figure based on the preparatory, let's say, research. Mr. Hanzi Vassiliou, you have assumed the post of foreign minister. So let us discuss with you all those developments around energy and geopolitics, but from a diplomatic perspective. So what would be the opportunities and the challenges for Greece, and how can we seize these opportunities given the reshuffling, let's say, against this backdrop? Well, as we said before, the Eastern Mediterranean has become a key area as regards energy and geopolitical developments. Of course, this involves Egypt, Cyprus, and Egypt, because they have followed suit as regards the exploratory pathway. But following this unacceptable invasion into Ukraine by Russia, we have made the decision to disentangle, to decouple, if you like, ourselves from energy imports. So here, Cyprus and Greece ought to play a protagonistic role in this new environment. A comment as regards the project and the plans for investments that were, let's say, described earlier on. Greece, as regards those projects, it is for the governments to decide, but it is the market itself that shows the way. It is the key player at the level of affordability and sustainability and knows what is the bottom line for each investment project. So if it is proven that if for any of those projects that have entered, let's say, the hypnosis mode, they can be reignited and be part of an implementation project, Greece will once again be a protagonist and will claim its participation. So it is not only what we have, but what we have created thanks to the infrastructure that we have built in our country, Revithoussas, infrastructure, Alexandroupoli, the FSRU. Greece has an upgraded role to play, not only because of its geographical position, but because of its political stance. We are a reliable partner for all our neighbors in the Mediterranean, in Europe, and in America, in the Americas. We have been criticized of being predictable. We're not predictable. We are credible. We are reliable. So this is the number one opportunity for us, the vertical corridor. The Greek government has talked time and again about this corridor in the past. So now we have this agreement signed for the transport of LNG towards the north. And this does not involve only Ukraine, because this is a country which is involved in the major problem, but also European markets such as Bulgaria, Slovakia, because that could be the terminal point, if you like, of this vertical corridor. A second opportunity for us would be to proceed with the green interconnectivity projects. So natural gas represents a need, and also an extraordinary need, to stop being dependent on the Russian natural gas. So we had to come up with a substitute. To a large extent, this has been brought about with the American LNG. It was a very correct move, if you like, and so since the American LNG must arrive in Europe, why not through Greece? So thanks to the infrastructure, Greece was able to seize this opportunity and grasp this role. However, we do not rest on our laurels. We move on. We continue with the LNG, but we will not stop talking about the climate change, the green energy, and so on. So we continue to work as regards projects with cables, for example, Greece and Egypt. This cable will bring green, cheap energy for the thirsty European market. A lot has been said also about the GSR, that, Greece's position has been redeployed and the government, etc. No, allow me to ask you something. Mr. Christodoulis, Mr. Mitsotakis said that perhaps we ought to update the technical parameters. It was as if this is a step backwards. It was an argument, but once again, the problem was bypassed. Remember, there were ambiguous statements by Cypriot politicians that created a confusing environment. I'm very happy to see that both Mitsotakis and Christodoulidis agreed that this is a project that will continue regularly. It would be great to have private investors that would, inhale new impetus in this project. But this is a different argument than the argument used by the opposition in Greece, that Greece has made concessions. So the answer is no to that. And finally, given the developments in this region, we have the IMEC. This is the vision for the future. We hope that it will become a reality to have the connection between Europe and Asia and the Middle East. We believe that Greece, thanks to its geographical position and based on its position, can be the gateway for Europe, because we have infrastructure, we have ports, we have logistics. So the infrastructure is very solid in Greece. And at the same time, we have political stability and a clear-cut vision as regards those investments. This is what we want to do.
Mr. Farandouris, how would you describe the position of Brussels vis-à-vis this whole landscape? And let me mostly dwell on this. As of 2027, marketing Russian gas between and amongst the EU member states will be banned, but it seems that those quantities of Russian gas will be almost fully replaced by US LNG. Is this a danger to the competition and diversification of EU sources and policies, since there's no independence? I said that energy independence means economic and political independence, and I'm committed to the diversification. As a rule, I enforced it at DEPA. This is what we teach our students about with Professor Platias at the University of Piraeus. We tell our students that energy dependence will lead you definitely to economic, financial, and political dependence. And then again, Europe doesn't have its own energy resources, so it has to make a decision. It will either count on new technologies and proceed with its energy independence by that way, or maybe Europe will keep importing resources the way it's been doing from one or the other source, and until we're autonomous, technologically speaking, geophysically speaking, Greece is properly positioned to serve this goal. And I think we can be in the avant-garde because we have the seas, the water, hydrogen, new technologies, and the sun and the winds. So in the meantime, we have to manage, as Mr. Stambouli said, our energy resources. They're important. They pitch in significantly so in terms of generating energy so far. But I'm coming back to what I said before. Greece worked industriously and labored over building such projects across partisan lines. It has focused heavily on it and worked hard to get to the point it is today and to have diversification of energy sources. And indeed, we're giving up on them. And let me remind the esteemed public that when in 2022 we buried, let's be literal about it, us who know a few things and know the market, when in 2022 they buried this Med pipeline, it was not because the stakeholders or the businesses or the shareholders or the private entities that are funding this project didn't want for it to happen and they didn't see it happening viably So there was thereby Edison and I wanted to join, the European Commission wanted to be involved, but clearly, guys, it was Turkey that objected to it. And I'm saying that obviously we have to be flexible as concerns our energy foreign policy. I'm not saying that everything is written in on Moses' plates, but then again, we agreed. Did we get something in return? We gave up on that pipeline. Did we get something in return? That was a big project for almost 10 years. 4 different administrations and governments had worked on it, and we gave up on it. That's my first comment. Second, when it comes to the electrical connection with the grid of Cyprus and eventually Israel, we are talking about fully reliable shareholders and stakeholders. Avmier, under the auspices of the Greek government, is reliable. They would do so, and we have respective companies and entities in Cyprus and in Israel. And that was almost funded fully 1 billion by the European Union. I really don't know why we can't go on with that. Just because Turkey coughed, why are we not proceeding with these projects? And obviously, when it comes to foreign affairs, and we choose our battles, the first, the second, and the last. But this is a battle that is shame not to give. This is a crystal clear and easy to happen. I'm talking about this project. Those of us who work in the energy sector for 20 years know that it's easy to do 3 things, and you put it in place. And there's more to it than that, just that. This would communicate a message to our friends in Israel, Middle East and Turkey, our friends in Europe, our friends in the United States of America. The message is clear. If we do it, and it's easy to do, then we tell them practically that we mean business, and what we plan we deliver. And when it comes finding new investors, well, as the Prime Minister said, I will leave it up to your judgment. Obviously, this is not a desirable project. Obviously, last but not least, the message of Europe will change. It's not my own allegation, nor is this the allegation of a Euro MP or some bureaucrats who are staying at their offices and planning for the energy future of this place. Businesses say so much. Between 2016 and until the year 2019, it was an honor for me to be in charge of the Eurogas Committee. It included countries in Europe, not just the European Union. So the participants, meaning the companies themselves, had started diversifying their portfolios. BP, Shell, Eni, they were changing their portfolios. The same was done by Helpe, their refineries in Greece, the Hellenic distilleries, but refineries, excuse me. So I'm saying so much because regardless of changes in the United States of America or elsewhere, I would agree that fossil fuels will have a certain continuity duration, but then again, the scene is shifting, the attention is shifting. Mr. Lapkotripis, would you briefly comment on the electrical interconnection of Greece, Cyprus, and Israel? We tend to forget about the expansion of this project, and I also look forward to listening to what you have to say with regard to the eventual options that Cyprus is faced with in order to take advantage of its resources, what it's discovered, hydrocarbons and natural gas. And lastly, can we ensure energy safety and security for Europe? Let me refer briefly to GSI. Despite everything that has been said and heard, especially coming from Cyprus, I have to avow that there should be no doubt whatsoever about the utility of this project, all right? About Cyprus. Mostly it's useful for Cyprus and to Cyprus in order for us to complete the energy union of the European Union. That is, after all, what the European Commission is ready to do, and it's going to give 657 million to that end. I believe that from that point onwards, the real question is not whether this is sustainable, viable or not. After all, the 2 regulatory authorities have agreed about the partition, the division. I mean, everybody knows what they're going to pay for the next 30 years. And therefore, it was not going to be a huge burden for either households or industries. The big question is about whether we are throwing money in a big pit and nothing materializes, nothing comes of it. At the end of the day, it all boils down to it. And I'm really happy that the 2 governments at the highest level possible have been talking about this issue and not publicly. So they are really debating, and intensely so, and I don't think that the public debate would benefit anyone. Of course, it would make sense, and it's legitimate. We're talking about an ambitious project, the way the East Med was an ambitious project. So we're talking about two ambitious projects for the matter. But in the case of the GSI, the European Commission comes and says, I'm going to give you 657 million euros for us to complete this interconnection. When it comes to the options that Cyprus has, because we're talking about these 400 BCMs of recoverable quantities, let me put this in a wider context, and let me explain that Cyprus consumes about half BCM per year. Greece, 5 to 6 BCMs per year. The vertical access countries use 50 to 60 per year, and the European Union consumes 400 and 410 BCM per year. So I guess it's clear, since we're talking about a project that has a timeline of 20 years, that could help greatly to the end of energy security. 5 to 10% in the case of the European Union, in the case of the vertical corridor, maybe up to 25%. So the options that Cyprus has, because everything has been examined. And as I said before, unfortunately, we haven't found a huge reserve that would allow for lots and lots of choices. Egypt has a huge role to play. I'm talking about the two terminal stations for liquefaction purposes. And this is fully aligned with the intentions or the plans of the companies. Already, Chevron, that is managing Aphrodite, has already submitted a growth plan in that direction, meaning having a pipeline go to Egypt and then liquefaction there and then go to the markets. Soon, since it manages Kronos, soon we'll do that, or send that over to Kronos, and then we are going to go to Damietta from there. And the way things are, all those cargoes and the vessels that will be carrying liquefied LNG, why shouldn't they go to Alexandroupolis? Why should the States, the United States of America, be the only source for natural gas? Of course, now you will ask me about the transactional policies of President Trump. And my response to this question would be that many of those quantities are being managed by American companies. And the same goes for Greece now, since there is the upstream and the relevant deals and exploration. And therefore, I'd say that as far as Greece is concerned, this is a huge opportunity. A huge opportunity to create that corridor that we've been talking about for years on end, and to have it happen in a realistic manner, because there is the infrastructure in Egypt. There is the infrastructure project in Alexandroupolis. Alexandroupolis can also help give 50 or 60 BCM per year to various countries. I mean, it can accommodate the needs of the market. And so Greece, Greek and Cyprus governments have to take advantage of the connections they've created in this area. Mr. Shukri is here. He was one of the architects of this alignment in order for us to achieve our end goals, because there's also another serious issue that we need to be clear about. How much of the natural gas that will end up in Egypt will eventually have to be given to the local market? Because we know that Egypt is also faced with its own challenges. There are huge deficits there. Politically speaking, it won't be easy to have so much gas go there and export it. 10 seconds, yes, 10 seconds. When we discuss the vertical corridor, it's important to understand that the infrastructure is more important than the fuel that goes through the corridor. For instance, the vertical corridor is happening because 15 years ago, we had the famous IGB. This is an interconnector. It's flexible, it's small, it's not very pricey. It connects Greece to Bulgaria. This is how you can get diversified gas from various sources. this is one step towards having the vertical corridor materialize. What gas will go through it or what the prices will be, that's an interesting matter, but this is of secondary importance. The same goes for the cable. Let's have the cable, and what current will go through it, that's interesting, but still it's secondary. Mr. Levitt, over to you now. And here's my question. In your first comment, you referred to opportunities and alliances or partnerships between and amongst various countries, specific countries for that matter, in the energy sector in the Eastern Mediterranean. Can those alliances and partnerships bear fruit? Can they proceed and progress without the participation of Turkey?
Well, things would be a lot easier if Turkey was part of it. That goes without saying. The question is Turkey a complete bloc against this? And I would say there are two ways of looking at Turkey. One is to look at Turkey simply, Greece is in a competitive environment with Turkey about some of the energy corridors that we're talking about here. And the question you want to ask is, what are the relative advantages that, or unique advantages that Greece brings into the picture that can be this, right? Some of them are not as strong as they used to be because now President Trump considers, for example, Mr. Erdogan a good friend of his. So that kind of obvious advantage, okay? A solid democracy used to be a credible asset. Obviously, it's no longer being seen in some circles as a big advantage. I'm starting with the things that are not obvious as advantages. So those are two. It used to be, on the other hand, that Greece was the sick man of Europe economically, but that's no longer the case, thankfully. So you're in a much more kind of credible situation now, given your growth rate, your economic stability, your political stability, and so on. So that has changed. Whereas Turkey, there is clearly great dissatisfaction with the level of inflation and other things and so on. So this is sort of working in your favor. I want to try and address that question in two directions. One, I want to build on something Professor Platias was talking about earlier. Part of the Greek relative advantage in this area is, okay, if energy now is energy. People have to understand the appeal of nuclear energy in the maritime context. It comes from four different directions. One that was a regional driver was basically saying that not only the technology there, but if there are pressures to reduce the amount of pollution and emissions from and so on. So clearly nuclear energy in that sense. But it also affects favorably the weight, the space on the cargo ships, and perhaps most importantly, the frequency of refueling. If you take all of these considerations and you also put against this the size of the Greek shipping industry and their savvy, not just the size, the political savvy and commercial savvy, you'd say Greece wants to play an important role there. Greece won't be the ones that will building the ships. Professor Platias was already saying it will be Japan and Korea and China. And the US is trying somehow to get into the game on the margins, which may or may not succeed, okay? But in essence, you want to play a role there. And in the process, you strengthen the role, excuse me for saying so, the way Athens played Sparta, okay? You want to be the role that you play based on your strategic global presence and so on. So I want to take the debate slightly away, not to completely remove you, but saying if we talk about relative advantage, one relative advantage is in the maritime domain, in the role of Greek shipping and so on, regional and global. So that's one part of the answer. Turkey cannot complicate the equation there. So there, the part of answer to you is that's not what Turkey can get in the way. Turkey is not a big player in that domain. The other one is, I think that what was being discussed here within context of gas, but also other things, and so on, says, look, if we have a coherent strategy of the nature that Mr. Faradouris were talking about and others, you look east and west, you look north and south, you look on land and you look at sea, and so on. You look across energy sources, not just gas, which was being talked here, okay? So there was a discussion of gas, there was a discussion of electricity, but you also talk about storage. Not just transmission. You also talk about energy, sort of nuclear, and I think there is incredible potential there to collaborate with Bulgaria and Romania on nuclear. So nobody has to shoulder and so on. If you do this collaboration with Romania and Bulgaria in nuclear, Turkey can't get in the way. So my answer is yes, Turkey is a complication, but so is the economic conditions in Egypt, so is the Libyan territorial disputes, so is the question of political stability in Lebanon, so is the contentious that Turkey does in other types of gas field developments and so on. Yes, but if we take all of this picture together and say, okay, but nevertheless, what is working in your favor? I think there are a couple of things that are potentially working in your favor and are the building blocks for such a strategy that says, okay, now, I would have also, just to conclude, I would think that given the relationship that Mr. Trump now has, both with Turkey and with Greece, it's in your interest to make Greece and Turkey also something that he could add to the list of the things where he made some political breakthrough. Okay, I have some concrete ideas of what that could look like. But my point is, how can you diffuse the issue by partly locking in Turkey not to have exclusivity on Trump's ear?
Okay, thank you. Κύριε Σταμπολή, έχετε μελετήσει τις περιοχές της νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης ό,τι αφορά τις ενεργειακές ανάγκες και τις υποδομές. Υπάρχει στην περιοχή το
Mr. Stambolis, would you say that in this region we have the necessary and sufficient, let's say, energy mix in order to cater for energy supply security, and would natural gas alone suffice? Because others also discuss nuclear power. Answer: most of the countries in the region are importers as regards energy, to a lesser or a higher extent. As a case in point, Cyprus, 100% importer. Israel, on the other hand, very soon, thanks to natural gas, will be fully self-sufficient. And it will start exporting more to neighboring countries. It already exports to Egypt. Greece, 75% is a dependent country at the level of gas and oil imports. And unfortunately, this is not getting any better. Other countries as well, Turkey as well, is dependent on energy imports. However, it has developed its own resources as well, and now it adds to its energy mix nuclear as well. So it proceeds to some energy diversification. So two comments. If a country can produce an important energy share by its own resources, it is very impactful at the level of energy prices. For households, for businesses, as we speak, we have approximately 15 euros per MBTU in Europe. In Israel, the price is 5. So you realize it's 1/3 of the price. And for the US, the price is 3.5. Much cheaper than in Europe, the US. So this has an impact at the level of growth, investments, and so on. This is just an example to showcase how important it is to have energy diversification, how important it is to produce as much energy as possible. So what would you suggest, you might ask? Energy sufficiency, that would be the ideal scenario. But from an economic point of view, this is not operational because there are opportunities to import at lower prices. So whoever is, let's say, in charge of the energy policy has to come up with the ideal policy mix for the energy mix. But we have to focus very much on the energy diversification and self-sufficiency in production. Let's move on with the second round of questions.
We have another 15 minutes or so. So what about the collaboration with the American companies or the states? Since it's begun in the energy sector, can we have it expand in other business areas in Greece and in in the region. Mrs. Alexandra Papadopoulou is also here. She's been instrumental in the relations between Greece and the US. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has worked hard, and that's how we got this strategic relationship to be forged. It's really deep, it's beyond people or parties. Many of the Greek positions are cross-partisan, supported across the parties in the Congress, and therefore our bilateral relations are well-founded, and the Americans agree and acknowledge exactly what we're saying, that Greece is a reliable pillar in the area. Indeed, we have kicked off with important energy deals that are upgrading our bilateral relations. Let me highlight the fact that this is a strategic partnership. It's balanced, it's not lopsided, and it's not creating dependencies. For instance, in the vertical corridor, there's no exclusive contract for only having American gas. There's also mention of Algerian or scope for other LNG sources, because quite often I hear people say that we have put all our eggs in one basket. There's this impression. No, it's quite unlike that. As a speaker, we have strategic connection to the States. We are proud of it. We cherish it. This does not signify that we can't have other plans. Now, we are starting from the energy sector, but I believe we could have an important spillover effect that will impact on other collaboration fields. There's, after all, the ferment, it's there. We have the economic security declaration, and there are certain fields, for instance, technology, especially AI-related technology, because Greece can play a role there for Europe, in Europe, and therefore we could have important business synergies. We could work with American entities in technology-related issues, innovation, AI. This is the future. This is, after all, what we want for the next decades to come, and this is where we can have important collaborations. Second important such field is defense. We have a very powerful and important defense agreement, but we're also discussing other things with the Americans in the defense sector, and we could have more synergies there, synergies which, for instance, could give impetus to the Greek defense industry. Last but not least, there's infrastructure projects. There's the recent agreement that was made for the port of Elefsis. We can play a very important role in terms of logistics, and it's also the geography that matters. We have a privilege there, and this is where we can come closer together with the States. By way of conclusion, let me state this. Greece has a strategic connection and relationship that's very strong with the United States of America, exactly because it's been enforcing a foreign policy that is consistent. It's based on principles and clear stances. There's no investment that's haphazard or taking advantage of one single opportunity. That's why we're a reliable partner, and nobody takes us for granted, despite what some say in bad faith. Mr. Farandouris, quite often the European Union is criticized. It's allegedly late in decision-making when it comes to regulatory frameworks or deciding upon infrastructure projects, energy-related or other, even for the fact that it was late in proceeding with it, or rather it would run fast to do the green transition. Do you think that this is fair? The criticism, is it fair? Is it true that Europe has missed the train in terms of energy and international and global economy? All criticisms are valid. And this is coming from a person who loves the European Union, and I've been teaching my students for 25 years about the European Union. I believe in our strong country within the context of a strong Europe. But then again, I think that the recent generations of leaders in the European Union, they've not done their homework, they are sloppy and they are self-serving. They do not know basic stuff. They haven't studied St. John or Goethe. So they cannot serve even the Germans. So the fact that you should start with action. So when it comes to planning, when it comes to talking, and when it comes to delivering, the European Union or Europe is lagging behind. What does it need to proceed or go forward? It needs new people, new leaders that will grasp how important it is for Europe to get out of its shell in order for it to have a huge footprint in the neighborhood and also in the rest of the world. I'm one of those people that believe that it's very important to work with a view to achieving regional cooperation in trade, in all sectors, regional cooperation partnerships. This is what I've been doing, and I believe can help Europe restart. And then again, my criticism is in good faith, not in bad faith. When it comes to energy-related issues, Europe is going back and forth, and it keeps doing so because there are self-serving interests. And let me state that people are rather adopting a provincial mentality. Certain elites in Germany and their choices in energy-related matters were not aligned for decades on end with the geopolitical developments. And now Germany is changing its tack. All of that shows that there's lack of cohesion in our energy policies in Europe. And obviously, this is a reason why we don't have one well-tuned policy enforced by the EU. I've been writing about it for years, and I've been working for it for years. When it comes to energy policies, they are a motley clue. On the one hand, we were attached to the Russians. We depended on them for natural gas, and then all of a sudden, certain pipelines were blown up. So you see a piecemeal approach, no clear vision about where we're headed. For instance, one vision for Europe would be for it to aspire to becoming energy independent. Mr. Stambouli said it's not easy. I fully agree with him. But then again, this is a visionary goal. If you want to deliver, then you shouldn't have done what you did so far. And I believe that each and every one of us is doing what they can within the context of the European Parliament from different Euro MP groups. There are different countries. There are people who actually believe in the European integration, the integration of this edifice. We believe in a proper and honest cooperation with the other side of the Atlantic and real debate. But the main issue is who can do that. There's fewer and fewer of them, Mr. Kolonas. Mr. Lakotripis, between and amongst the various partnerships which are created energy-wise in the region, there's this partnership of Greece with Cyprus and Egypt. And there's also the delimitation of the EZ between Cyprus and Lebanon. What is the message that are these deals sending when it comes to national interests? This morning, I was listening to a discussion about UNCLOS, and someone said that Turkey is not a party to it, and indeed it hasn't signed off to it, and there are other countries, including the US, that never ratified this UN convention for the law of the seas. But then again, let's not forget that every single one of these countries is still bound by the law, common law for that matter, and this is what our deal with Lebanon is. This is the point that it's driving home. There's this practice in the Eastern Mediterranean as a region. We have a Cyprus that has signed a deal with Egypt, and the coastline thereof is huge. We've signed a deal with Israel, and now we're signing a respective deal with Lebanon, and the ratification thereof, I have to say, was pending for 15 years, and it's high time we did it as well with Lebanon. And therefore, in order for me to give you a brief answer, I'd say that especially the latest deal, but all such deals are strengthening the use of the midline for delimitation purposes by Cyprus and Greece, still counting on common law. Now, Mr. Levitt, could nuclear power be a field that would offer itself to partnerships between and among states in the Eastern Mediterranean?
I think the answer is a definitive yes. Not just in the Eastern Mediterranean, but also in Eastern Europe, Southern Eastern Europe, of the nature we've talked about. I would say that it's no longer something that you should consider as kind of as a bonus, but something that is a necessity. It's a necessity for three sets of reasons. It's a necessity because the energy demand of a nature that Greece is facing, but also its neighbors. But in Greece, you see this in the area of, people need air conditioning because it's becoming warmer. People need water desalination, particularly in the islands, but not exclusively in the islands, and so on. People want to support the digital transition, and therefore it needed to provide more energy for data centers and AI services and so on. So clearly, and of course, if you don't do away with climate friendliness, the logic there that is relevant for Greece but relevant for its neighbors as well is absolutely there. So that's part one. Part two, to connect it with the previous, you're asking fantastic questions, Mr. Kolonas. So to connect it with your previous question, it used to be a contentious issue within the EU, right? I mean, Britain and France and Finland were saying pro-nuclear, Germany and Austria were against. This is no longer the case. The EU had resoundingly come included it and so on. So the EU, your EU role is now enhanced by the fact that nuclear energy has become acceptable, whereas previously it was not. So it removes an obstacle, but also creates opportunities that you should ask Mr. Farantouris to promote on a bipartisan Greek basis in Brussels of the role that you can actually play in that particular context. The Greek, I've already talked about the maritime dimension, but there is another aspect that you should need to weave into this consideration which takes away this thing from being a bonus into a necessity. There are increasing military applications of nuclear, and I'm not talking weapons as such. Oh. You look at what's happening with the Turkish Navy that is going in the direction of nuclear propulsion, explicitly. You want to understand those technologies. You want to monitor them. You need to try and understand what their purposes they're serving or they're not serving and so on. If you actually want to be in that position, Greece needs to reverse a decision of atrophying its nuclear energy science and technology base that has occurred in the 1960s and channel it in the direction of energy generation, channel it in the direction of desalination, challenge it in the direction of supporting development, employment, and so on, but also as confidence building with its regional neighbors. Greece is a small country. Clearly, the investments that are necessary there are quite significant, and the payoffs is over the long term. But this is why collaboration with countries that already have a significant nuclear fleet and want to expand it and modernize it, like Bulgaria, like Romania, and so on, is a natural conclusion. I don't know enough whether other countries in the region would be potentially interested or not, but all of them are going in the direction. Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, we can go on and on with the list. So in essence, the answer is not just yes as a bonus, but yes as a necessity.
Okay, thank you. Κύριε Σταμπολή,
Mr. Stambolis, you will be the last. Given the geopolitical challenges and geopolitical uncertainties or economic uncertainties that have popped up, does it make sense for European countries to have a long-term energy plan? Each and every country has its own national plan, no doubt. The EU member states are, of course, subject to the general guidelines and strategies of the European Union. Some will follow them more than others. There's a common denominator, and let me pick up from where Mr. Level just left off, and he was to the point. The common denominator is electricity. The future of energy tomorrow is electricity. Whether we like it or not, in 30, 50 years, all operations will be using energy. Electrical power. Why am I saying that? You see, as we speak, what really matters for countries in the Eastern Mediterranean and Southeastern European countries is interconnections. Greece has interconnections with all its northern neighbors. Sometimes there are two each. We are building a new one with Italy. We have an electrical interconnector with Turkey since 2014 or 15, and now we are building a second line. It makes sense to want to have Cyprus connect, and also Israel and Egypt. Now, about who's going to provide electricity to whom, that's a different issue. Some are talking about green energy. Really, I'm sorry, I'm going to break your heart. There's no such thing. There's no such green electricity or power. Power is generated thanks to a mix. Part of the mix may be the RES. It can't be fully RES related. Egypt has energy forces that are growing in 2031, 2032, when the interconnection will be complete. We can't know now what will be happening back then and who will be providing energy to whom. After all, the whole theory and the foundation of electrical interconnections is that they can work both ways. So The important thing is for them to exist. And from that point of view, and especially as concerns Cyprus, maybe now, for the reasons we are all aware of, maybe there will be no cable connecting Cyprus with Greece, but it will happen eventually, sometime sooner or later, with Israel and Egypt, possibly because Cyprus, for it to be able to run its own system within the context of the European integration and competition of the energy market, Cyprus needs more than one sources. A balancing market is required. And those who are afraid in Cyprus that the cable is going to slash jobs, they are deluding themselves. They have to be more knowledgeable about how the market works. Actually, they're not going to lose. They stand to gain. They will be producing more. They will be giving more to the people. I think this is a good response. Thank you very much as the moderator. Please stay on with us, ladies and gentlemen. There's another panel discussion coming up. A panel discussion on what comes next in the Middle East, and Mr. Gregoire Ross will be acting as moderator. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being with us.
Okay. All right, I will. Okay. Right. I think one of the great strengths of that event, and Simeon as a master, is that it's not just a question of insightful conversations, but positive interactions and networking. And in this regard, moderators, yes, Minister, I'm sorry you'll have to sit next to me, but I will try to behave. As you all have seen in the news, although some question the relevance of climate change, I don't know whether there's something to do about it, but the Minister will tell us everything as he was the president of a COP. But there have been a lot of storms across Europe, especially Greece, so Prime Minister Olmert is slightly delayed. He has just landed safely, he's on his way, so we'll start without the Prime Minister, who should be here shortly. And as you know, or you've seen in the program, the Prime Minister Mitsotakis will be with us in less than an hour, so I will be on time and we'll wrap up in 40 minutes. So actually, it's interesting, not that the Prime Minister Olmert is late, but to have the both of you on the panel, because if we look at the evolution of, or let's say, geopolitical shifts in the Middle East and Southern Mediterranean, Greece and Egypt have never been so close to one another in terms of energy cooperation with gas, in terms of diplomatic cooperation. So I'd like to start with a kind of overview of the evolution of the relations between Greece and Egypt and why it matters so much for the Middle East. And I'll start with you, Minister.
Thank you so much. The relationship between Egypt and Greece has not evolved. It has always been like that since we remember. Since back in history, our relationship was so close in every front that we cannot speak about evolution, just adaptation to the needs of the world as the world revolves around us. So having this relationship never creates any question or any problem, and just cooperation about facing the challenges of today, which are huge in the Middle East. The Middle East has never been an easy area. It has never been a very smooth area. All of us who live here know it very well. But throughout history, we have learned through crisis and challenges to survive and to find a way to cooperate. So turning to today, the challenges we're facing, they're very obvious. There has been practically not only many confrontations around us in the Middle East, and gradually there is a new map being created. And by speaking about map, I don't necessarily mean changing of borders. This might be so, this might not be so, but it's a new reality being shaped in the Middle East. A new reality that has, if somebody is an optimist, at the end of this road has to be the creation of a Palestinian homeland and the full integration of Israel into the regional security architecture. This is, of course, a long-term goal. There will be many stages until we reach this goal, but this is not an optimistic view, but this is an opportunity, a window of opportunity that all of us who live in the region can see, and we have the obligation to work in order for this window to be taken advantage of. In this challenge, in this process, the close cooperation between Egypt and Greece is a sine qua non. Each one of us bring different elements to the partnership, but we're complementary. And we are the northern part, they're the southern part. We see eye to eye in most issues. And we both have a deep strategic interest that our region becomes an oasis of stability and not a beacon of instability. How you achieve that, there are many ways. Both of us have very close, Egypt is an Arab country, but we have close and long-term relations with our Arab neighbors. Also, Greece has a strategic partnership with Israel, which is very, very important. But also Egypt cooperates with Israel, and then the foreign minister will be more in a position to explain, talk to us about this cooperation. All of us have economic interests. Our economies depend on our relationship and our ties in the Middle East. So if you take it from political stability, geopolitical interests, economic future, and when I speak about economic, it's not only energy, it's everything. So we have a coincidence of deep critical interest that even we didn't have this close relationship that we have, we had to invent it. But thank God it's there.
Thank you so very much. Minister Shukri, you're with Minister Musa, one of the two faces of Egyptian diplomacy. I don't think I exaggerate. You served, interestingly enough, as ambassador in the United States, like you, Minister, and you were the helm of Egyptian diplomacy for over a decade until last year. Has this sense that interdependencies when it comes to energy, climate cooperation, trade, is an asset to global cooperation and peace in the Middle East over-exaggerated? Or reason to hope?
Hardly over-exaggerated. They are elements of great importance for economic development, and certainly Egypt for the last decade has been concentrating on its development and enhancing the potential of its population, and definitely in all of these areas, whether energy and climate, and subsequently there has been a focus. But I think the importance of traditional relationships and alliances, one mainly here with Greece, which is well-rooted in history and people-to-people communications, has produced quite tangible results. We've been successful in delimiting our maritime borders, opening the doors for both countries to take full advantage of its resources, and we have gained the understanding of Greece for the Eastern Mediterranean and our region, and its advocacy in the European Union, both politically and economically. So the relationship has developed, has matured, has been based on mutual cooperation and a parallelity of interests and our desire to stabilize what is a turbulent region, one that needs concerted efforts to be able to meet the challenges, but also create and develop new areas of interest that can be beneficial to both countries.
You were minister when the region, and especially your country, faced tremendous developments in the region. Were there moments when you felt that in spite of very good relations with Greece, you were a bit alone, and the EU in particular could have been more supportive?
Well, the relationship with the EU is again a long-standing one, but developments after the change of direction that Egypt took in 2014 was misunderstood, and it did need efforts to be able to regain the equilibrium of our relationships with some of our European partners and gain their understanding and the confidence that had always been a part of the relationship. But then I have to be candid that in some areas that seem to be particularly important to Europe and the European Union, immigration, for example, the role that Egypt plays in providing safe haven to a multitude of migrants, now numbering almost 10 million, and a lack of support that Egypt has received from the European Union and its member states, whereas comparisons can be made to other states that have utilized another path. We have been on the path of trying to facilitate and to accommodate the interests of our partners and not to enforce upon them the potential of mass flows of migrants. We have endured a heavy economic burden because of our subsidy systems. Our migrant population takes full advantage of all of the services that Egyptians have, and thereby we would have expected greater support, especially in view of the high sensitivity and the electoral dynamics related to this subject in many European countries.
We will obviously get back to it in the course of our discussion, but some of you might have spotted the newly released yesterday, actually, US National Security Strategy. Different chapters. The one on Europe is particularly interesting. It seems like it's the ascendancy of jet events, but that's another panel discussion. There's an entire chapter on the Middle East. And some aspects, again, we'll get back to them, but that really struck my attention is the fact that the US are aware that they are less dependent on the Middle East for energy. So we've just mentioned energy and interdependency. I'm curious to hear your insights into whether it's good news to have a country like the US less dependent on the region for energy. Does that leave more space for more cooperation between regional players, Minister?
I guess the flavor of our times is energy. So everybody talks about energy, and nobody wants to underestimate the role of energy plays in general stability and security issues. But it's not only about energy. The Middle East has always been, throughout history, at the heart of developments, of world developments, and there is an answer for that. Look at the map. The map speaks by itself. It's not only production of energy, but it's also routes, trade routes. Trade routes go through the Middle East. It's also the connection between three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, with what all this entails in political and geopolitical terms. One of the issues that have emerged throughout the crisis of the last 5 to 7 years is the re-emergence of geopolitics. And energy is part of it, but it's not all of it. So nobody can underestimate the seismical changes that are happening around us. And also, what we all understand, it's a #1 priority for the United States, and not only under this administration, but under previous administrations, and I guess future administrations as well, is their relationship with China. So maybe the US is not dependent on energy, but China is. And then the Middle East has a big role to play in this way. You know, we saw the Houthis attacks against the international the shipping, you know, maritime transportation, and how it affects trade around the world. So this is a very important part that no country can ignore, apart from the fact that stability or instability can reach Europe and Africa. If the Middle East is unstable, nobody can guarantee that this instability will not move to Europe. The minister talked about immigration, which is a very big issue, not only for European countries, but also for the United States as well. Immigration is #1, but also climate change, which is affected by conflict very much so, and by lack of cooperation between countries that are very close to our neighbor. They're part of our neighborhood. Greece has always prided itself being a bridge among continents, a bridge among religions, a bridge among civilizations. And in the present circumstances, I think this role has taken more and more of an added value. And this is the role we will try to play with regard to the European Union, which is our home, our big European home, but also we're trying to play this role just locally in the Eastern Mediterranean, in the Middle East, among different countries and in different ways of thinking and acting.
Minister, on this new strategic compass that seems to pretend that the Middle East is less of an issue for the US because they're less dependent from an energy perspective?
Well, I would find it hard that the United States would primarily focus its attention on one particular aspect, which is energy security. The United States is the sole superpower of the world and has a responsibility to bear in the maintenance of international peace and security while maintaining its national interests. And certainly energy is one of them, but it's becoming less dependent on Middle Eastern energy does not preclude the attention that it, and we would hope it would give to the region because of the strategic importance of the region and the conflict that has festered for over 80 years and that has caused instability, has created the ability of non-state actors to operate with a devastating effect. And as was mentioned, the ripple effects of instability in the Eastern Mediterranean or in the Middle East to Africa and to Northern Europe. There is little isolation in a world that is becoming even more interconnected, and thereby the United States we would hope would maintain its focus and the importance of the region as the world develops into a digital age.
Well, it seems increasingly difficult for me to keep the conversation without mentioning Israel and Gaza. So I'll keep the last question until we need to talk about it. I was hopeful that Prime Minister Olmert would join us, but we'll need to mention it. But before we do, one last non-Israel topic. You, Minister, you were the president of COP27, a very successful COP, especially in comparison with Belém. And Minister, you've just mentioned climate action and energy. Climate is a threat multiplier when it comes to climate insecurity, migration, border disputes. Would you say that it's been completely disregarded in the current discussions on the future of the region?
As I said before, energy is the flavor of the day, and climate is not very sexy right now. But long term, it is going to have a great deal of effect, starting from a very, very simple, practical reason. We have civil protection. We all, especially around Mediterranean countries, suffer from catastrophes, either floods or fires. None of us is immune to this danger, and we have to cooperate in this field, and climate change is a major cause of a lot of these disasters. So yes, we can push it a little back because there are other priorities, and some of them are very understandable, there are priorities, but we have to see the long-term effect. Also, climate change is a major source of population movement also. And this is another aspect of climate change, not only deforestation, a catastrophe, and natural catastrophes. They need to cooperate in civil protection, even when we have political or even military confrontations. We still are faced with the same challenges. But on top of that, since we mentioned immigration is a major challenge for all of us. This is also, climate change is part of this.
Well, climate change should be always referred to in a holistic manner, and it is not related to any specific region. I think one of the main achievements of COP27 was the first inclusion of the peace and security element in climate change and how it can affect peace and security in various dimensions. And I think it's important to also recognize that there are objectives of a transition to cleaner energy even within fossil fuel exporting countries who have very ambitious transition to clean and renewable energies. So there is no definitive contradiction, but there's an importance of a recognition. Certainly climate change has been dealt a blow by the US's departure from the Paris Agreement and a reluctance to rely on the science. And here again, escalating the importance of that science, because we do live on one planet, and it's the well-being of that planet which is associated to the efforts taken, whether in mitigation or adaptation, and of course the justice that needs to be addressed in terms of developing countries who have not contributed in any meaningful manner to the issues of climate change, but now bear the consequences. We see the devastating floods in Pakistan, and yes, we even see the fires that Greece has had to contend with over the years. So it is a matter of global importance, and one that should be addressed within that context.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I think you touched upon the challenge of the day is that geopolitics and politics now seem to be happy disregarding facts and the elephant in the room. Talking of which, Prime Minister, a warm welcome. I'm happy that you prevailed over natural hazards, and we're happy to have you with us. I will go back in the form of a transition to the US national security strategy that was just released. And in the chapter of the Middle East, it said that we should not look at what is dividing the region, but at what is bringing different pieces together. And the word cooperation, growth, prosperity, all come together, but there's no mention of what's going on in Gaza and of Israel. So my question to all of you, and I'll start with you, Prime Minister, is that even possible to talk about cooperation and prosperity when we ignore what is going on currently in the West Bank, for that matter?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I apologize. My flight was late, and I just come from the airport. This is, I think, in the last year and a half, this is the third time that I'm invited to a conference here, and the first time that I'm capable of doing it, because the first two times the flight were cancelled in the last minute and I couldn't make it, so I'm very happy that I have this opportunity this time. The war in Gaza is not over yet completely, okay? What we have is a ceasefire agreement, as it was titled when it was first announced, with a 20 points program by President Trump, which is also not a comprehensive peace between Israel and Palestine. It is just the groundwork for what hopefully may be the end, permanent end of the war in Gaza. And then, of course, there is this, the 21st article of the, or point of the program, which is somewhat vague, but which seems to promise a possible avenue for the Palestinians. The definition is, as I said, is vague, is not clear-cut, is not explicit. And I think that this is done largely because I think President Trump at this point is trying to find the possible way for him to rally the Israeli Prime Minister into this effort and direction, knowing that the Israeli government makeup really doesn't allow Netanyahu to do what Trump has in mind possibly to achieve. So we are at this stage, and as we follow the events, President Trump is very anxious to start the second phase of the ceasefire agreement. The second phase means the establishment and the actual performance of the security force, made up of all kinds of representatives that we don't know yet precisely who they may be, but I mean, my position at least is that it has to be made up by Palestinians, by possibly also representative of moderate Arab countries that are anxious to keep this momentum going on, Egypt and Jordan, hopefully also the Emirates and the others. If there is a chance of a participation of Europeans, I think this can be very helpful. Now the security force is destined to provide the alternative to the military control of Hamas in Gaza. In other words, this is part of the process of disarming Hamas by taking over the military control in Gaza and then allow Israel also, according to this framework, to pull out completely from Gaza, back into the line where from the war from the Israeli side started in 2023. All this focuses on Gaza. In my mind, the key to a strategic change in the Middle East, and maybe possibly also a strategic change which will go far beyond the bounds and the limits of the Middle East, is the beginning of a dialogue between Israel and Palestine on a two-state solution. The ultimate goal, and I have to make it very clear, I have no information other than what most of you have. I read the papers and I try to understand what I read. And it's not always very easy, trust me. And I'm sure you practice the same. For instance, people try to understand what exactly Trump wants, what is the grand scheme, what is the grand plan, strategy of President Trump. I wish I knew, and I wish he knew. And I'm not certain about the two. So, you know, it's hard to say. But I think what my strategy for the Middle East is that there should be a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and subsequently also Indonesia, and subsequently also other Arab and Muslim countries, such as the North African countries. Now, if we will reach that stage, that there will be normal relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and Indonesia will join in, as they have made it clear from the outset, and North African countries, there will be a dramatically new strategic build-up in the Middle East, the like of which we couldn't even anticipate 10, 15 years ago. The days that all the Muslim and Arab world boycotted the state of Israel, and that Israel had to face the hostilities and the lack of friendship with most of the Arab countries is changing rapidly. If and when the normalization will be achieved, the impact on the Middle East and far beyond the Middle East will be dramatic, because then more than half of the Islamic world will be in diplomatic relations with Israel. This is something unheard of, and that will create the kind of cooperation which I believe can turn the Middle East into the most powerful economic region in the world, capable of matching, I'm not saying overcoming or being superior to, but matching the United States and China. If you take the resources, the vast resources of the Saudis and the Emirates and the other Arab countries, and together with Israel, in cooperation with the United States, with West of Europe and so on, that can create a dramatic new situation. Everything will have to start with a political solution between Israel and the Palestinians. And I'm not overly optimistic at this point that this can happen unless the one person who has the power and the influence will decide to exercise it. And the one person, I have enormous respect, by the way, to the European leaders. I have enormous respect. I know some of them. President Macron is an excellent person in my mind. I'm not talking about domestic issues in politics in France. This is a different issue. I think that Keir Starmer is a very, very committed and friendly person to the State of Israel, and I have enormous respect for him. And of course, Chancellor Marz and Prime Minister Meloni and all the others. They all do good things, and they all spell out the right direction for what should be the ultimate solution. None of them has the power to move things. What they did in the Global Alliance with Saudi Arabia was very impressive. And the vote in the UN General Assembly with 142 countries voting for Palestine was very impressive. But that doesn't make any practical difference on ground unless one person will decide to carry out the total influence that he has on the Prime Minister of Israel.
I wonder who that is.
And this guy is Donald J. Trump. Now, people keep asking me all the time as if I don't know Trump, by the way. I knew maybe 5, 6 American presidents that I had contacts with them over the years since days immemorial. The one I never had any contact with, except perhaps shaking hands in a reception sometimes in New York many years before, is Donald Trump. I don't know him. I know only one thing, that he thinks that he is the greatest. And that I think he feels quite uncomfortable that not too many still in the world share with him the perception of his greatness. And that he wants that it will become globally recognized. And what I can say is only this: there is only one way which I think he can achieve it. The one way which he can achieve it is that he will do the one thing which I can count at least 6 former presidents or 7 former presidents of the United States tried to do and didn't succeed. Jimmy Carter wanted to make a comprehensive peace. He made peace between Israel and Egypt, which in my mind is the greatest event in the modern history of the Middle East. The peace between Israel and Egypt changed everything. But it was just a beginning. Ronald Reagan after him.
Prime Minister, if I may just interrupt.
I will conclude in 2 seconds and everything will be clear.
I expected no less.
Then if Trump will have the determination to force the beginning of such a dialogue on a two-state solution, then the whole world will recognize what he knows already about himself, which is the greatest. So it all depends on him. And I really think that he has that power. I think that he has that opportunity. No one before him had it. No Biden, no Barack Obama, no George W., no George W. Sr., no one, Bill Clinton, no one of them had the opportunity. The reliance, the dependence of the Prime Minister of Israel completely, totally, to the extent that the President of the United States is trying to arrange the pardon for the Israeli Prime Minister and influencing the Israeli President as part of what he thinks will provide him with the opportunity to exercise his influence over Netanyahu. So at the end of the day, this is where we all have to. We should have invited Trump to come here also.
I know. I think we did.
Anyway, we didn't think about it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, very much. I think you caught up with the delay and joining the panel too late, but that's great. You offered me the best transition, not really transition, because we're staying on the same topic. I have with me two senior ministers who were ambassadors in the United States. So I'm curious to hear your different perspectives on how you feel the US, if not ideology, approach to the Middle East has changed, mostly because of that shift in personality. Many diplomats, including in the State Department, those who have not been laid off yet, have told me there is one thing. I keep telling them, you think what you think of your president, but I'm curious, can you tell me something positive about him? And all those working on the Middle East have told me he has zero ideology, and this is the first time that a US president has zero ideology, and it has empowered him. Do you feel the same?
Well, I think we're all agreed of the ability and influence of the United States to impact the conditions of the region. And I think there's unanimity that the peace plan that has been presented, that has been endorsed by the Security Council, is a first step towards resolving the situation in Gaza, which is horrific and tragic, and of very dire humanitarian consequences. But it does provide the opening, and we would hope that the peace board that's going to be created by this initiative will have greater ambitions than just to consolidate the ceasefire or to implement the reconstruction of Gaza. A Herculean endeavor, one that we hope will go smoothly, but I personally see the challenges and the hindrances that might exist, in addition, of course, to the issue of meeting the humanitarian needs of the Palestinian people. Now, what perspective does the President Trump come with? It's an opportunity, definitely. Maybe one generated by the horrific nature of what has happened in Gaza. Maybe generated by the shifts in the dynamics, even internally in the United States, of a decreasing of the influence of an Israeli lobby that has had an impact on their electoral cycles in the United States. So he comes to this issue from a perspective that has changed from previous administrations, and thereby he has maybe greater flexibility in that regard. Again, I think it's an issue of the focus, the determination, the recognition of the principle that is involved. And here the principle is a principle of ending the occupation, of resolving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict categorically on the basis that an occupation cannot exist anywhere in the world, and is the application of a single standard rather than a double standard when it comes to the Middle East. And again, these are all issues of the value system, the multilateral system, the world rule-based order, that are all very shaky and need to be somehow consolidated. So the creation of a Palestinian state is the end of the conflict, is to recognize resolution of the conflict, and I'm glad to hear that the Prime Minister is not trying to front-load normalization. normalization and its impact and its value, positive value on the region is undeniable. But it cannot be front-loaded to the basic fundamental issue of ending the occupation and the creation of a Palestinian state. The Palestinian people are not going to wait another 80 years to achieve their aspirations, very legitimate aspirations. They should be able to fulfill those aspirations now. And I think what has occurred in the inability of maintaining for Israeli security, the events of October the 7th are unacceptable, but equally the maintenance of the occupation, the settler violence on the West Bank, these policies. And as much as I hope that the issue does not primarily lie with one individual, being the Prime Minister of Israel, I think we also have to contend, and I'm sure that the Prime Minister can speak more knowledgeably on this issue, is the direction that the Israeli electoral and public opinion has taken over the last years, which has shifted to the right and has continually given the opportunity of right-wing ideologies to be the predominant direction of Israeli policies. So if the Prime Minister was to disappear today by virtue of the pardon or through elections, would that result in a change of policy? I think the aspiration is clear, is the resolution of the conflict. How we get there, whether the United States will go as far as to enforce its will, which is a reflection of the international community's will on Israel, will it have the ability to do so within the span of these coming 3 years, taking into account all of the other challenges and issues that might grab the attention of this administration? So these are, I think, questions that are open, but we all recognize the value of the peace plan that the President has produced, what is in the media of his wish to start the implementation of the second phase soon. But what will result from the second phase is still dealing with the situation in Gaza, but not necessarily dealing with the primary issue. And the way that it has been framed is so conditional and so ambiguous and so lacking of any direction that might finally create the conditions for the application of the self-determination. How are we going to contend, and when what sort of time frame can we rely on?
Minister.
There is no question, the last 30, 40 years, the breakthrough moment was the Abraham Accords, and that were under Trump 1. Maybe after Camp David, that was the main change. And it was a huge change in how we view the Middle East and how we view handling peace and security in the Middle East. And the main issue in the implementation of the Abraham Accords is Saudi Arabia. And it's obvious that what happened in Gaza in 2023, that changed everything and made almost impossible for Saudi Arabia, under the present circumstances, to join the Abraham Accords. The goal and how this quagmire can be solved, I think everybody agrees. It's a long-term process that will lead to a Palestinian, to the two-state solution in conditions that will guarantee Israel's security and stability. How you achieve that is a big question mark. It's easy to force two parties to sign an agreement. It's much more difficult to implement this agreement, and even more difficult not to have this agreement overturned with later events. We have seen agreements being signed, never implemented, and then the day after, the situation is worse than what it was before. The minister is right. President Trump has maybe not 3 years, maybe 2 years if the midterm elections produce some different results from in the composition of Congress that it is today. There are many challenges in the US politics and policies. To be hopeful that you will have a superpower, even a person as forceful as President Trump, to devote 100% of his time in order to impose or implement a resolution on such a complex issue as it is the Middle East issue, I think it's not realistic. But I don't want to be a pessimist. I want to use this resolution passed by the Security Council as a point of optimism that at least provides a framework of actions. How this will be implemented, there are a lot of shadows in this resolution. There are a lot of questions that are not answered. And nobody, including Greece, who we're willing to help, we're willing to do everything in our power to sustain a peace process, but we have to have some answers. And nobody can provide us, not us, the international community with these answers. It's a step-by-step approach. Yes, there will be a lot of challenges. We cannot underestimate the fact that in the Middle East, like in every place in the world, there are forces that don't want peace. It's not only those who work for peace and they face stumbling blocks, but there are forces that for them peace is an anathema because they want a Middle East with conditions that will not allow peace ever. So how to neutralize these forces, how you implement some form of gradual stability and development in Gaza is one question. Also, there are other questions that are interlocking. The situation in Syria. This is the big question and the big, this is the big fight. I mean, if I can use the word fight. The situation in Lebanon. Iran and how Iran re-emerges or doesn't re-emerge in the region. And you cannot isolate the one from the other. The beauty and the curse of the Middle East is that there's so many problems interlocking and influence each other that you don't know where to start and where to finish and how to neutralize the one and give precedence to the other. But this having been said, we're at a crossing point, and nobody will forgive the leadership of the countries in the region and of the big countries, like the US and European countries, if they don't try to give an end to the suffering. Even if the beginning of the end to the suffering, we have to have hope, otherwise it's over.
Prime Minister, I hope we can have that as not the last word, but hope. Are you coming with hope in the comment you're about to make?
Well, first, I thought that my record about the solution of the conflict is well known enough not to repeat, but with questions that the Minister posed about the nature of this solution, I should remind you that not now already, but in 2008, as Prime Minister of the State of Israel, I have proposed the Palestinians with a comprehensive two-state solution, the end of occupation, the evacuation of the territories from 95.4% of the territories with an annexation of 4.5% and a swap of an equal-sized territory from the...
I think you need your mic.
Prior to 67, so that the 67 borders of the Palestinian state will be equal to what it was. And then I also offered, not now, okay, I'm talking about 2008. I've proposed it to Dr. Mahmoud Abbas that the Arab side of Jerusalem will be the capital of Palestine. I also offered that the old city of Jerusalem, which is still part of the state of Israel, that it will cease to be under the sole sovereignty of the State of Israel. It will not be under the sole sovereignty of any country. It will be administered by a trust of 5 nations, which includes 3 Muslim countries, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Palestine, Israel, and America. So that, I say then, there can be no peace between Jews and Arabs ever, if one country will have the sole exclusive political sovereignty over the Temple Mount. No one, not Israel, not Palestine. It has to be free, administered by these 5 nations under the auspices of the UN Security Council. This is what I proposed in 2008 to the Palestinians. Unfortunately, they didn't have the vision, the courage, the leadership, and whatever to sign it, which may have changed lives of millions of people, may have changed lives of the entire region, unfortunately. This is what I signed together with the former foreign minister of the Palestinian Authority and the former ambassador to the UN, Dr. Nasser al-Qudwa, in the middle of the war in July of 2024. A proposal by both of us jointly signed to end the war in Gaza in more or less the same parameters, by the way, that were offered by President Trump. And I'm not trying to steal his great credit for doing it. Well, we have proposed it a year before, and it could have been achieved a year before, unfortunately.
Has he paid you anything, a fee or some sort?
Pardon?
I'm sure you could discuss that with him.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to conclude. Don't worry. I have an end to my thesis. And so this is what when we talk about the solution of the Israeli-Palestinian issue, we talk about the end of occupation. We talk about the pulling out from all of the territories with, as I say, the minor modifications and adjustments on both sides. And I talk about an independent, non-militarized Palestinian state alongside the state of Israel. Now, is this possible? I think it's possible. I can bring you many examples of things that changed in the close vicinity and in the larger parts of our world that changed rapidly, more rapidly than most people thought they could, in terms of how Israel overcomes the traumas that we have been through and how the Palestinians will overcome the traumas that they have been through. I remember what happened after the Second World War. Had someone said after the Second World War that Germany and France will be the greatest friends in Europe, no one would have taken it seriously. After what each did to the other, which was far beyond what we and the Palestinians were engaged in over generations. And yet they are the best of friends, not after too many years. So this is possible. It's change. It has to start somewhere. I am a great optimist. I am a believer that it can be done. I think that the first step, unfortunately, it could have been done in 2008, as I said before, and at that time the Palestinian side didn't have the courage to do it.
Prime Minister.
But now it can be done if the only person that can take Netanyahu into the Oval Office, lock it. No one will hear what is said inside.
Talking of which...
But when Netanyahu will come out, he says, all my life I wanted 2 states. And everyone will believe him.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Talking of which, the Greek Prime Minister is locked out. So I think, thank you very much. I think we now have to leave the stage for Prime Minister Mitsotakis, who has been waiting for us.
We have to enter the room for 10 minutes for security.
Right.
We all come back.
So we all empty the room and we're back in 10 minutes.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, θα βιάσουμε την αίθουσα για 10 λεπτά μόνο για λόγους ασφαλείας και θα επιστρέψουμε για την ομιλία του Πρωθυπουργού. Ευχαριστούμε. Ναι, ναι. Γρήγορα τους δέκτες. Θα σας πω εγώ. Είσαι σε επαφή. Ναι, ναι, ναι. Να μας πείτε τώρα παρακάτω. Τι εκτιμάτε. Οπότε εντάξει, εδώ απ' έξω. Καλά. Δεν σε χρειάζομαι μεγάλη.
So this is working after all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Prime Minister with us, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, and we will be discussing the changing Eastern Mediterranean, the Eastern Mediterranean in flux after 2 days of debates. This is the best possible conclusion. We did the same thing last year and this year, and hopefully you will be coming for many years to come at the conference. That's all I had to say. Of course, I should like to thank you on behalf of Simos Tsomokos and the Delphi Economic Forum, as well as Thanasis Platias and the Council for International Relations. I hope I got it right this time, Thanasis. So, Mr. Prime Minister, after 2 days of debates in this, well, 2 days, yes, I have come to one conclusion, that all those who have taken the floor, irrespective of their country of origin or their sector, have come to a conclusion that was not so difficult to understand, but is very clear that there is just one player in this part of the world, and this is the US. If Trump would like to close the Palestinian, the Arab-Israeli or the Gaza issue, whatever we call it, he will. And Mr. Olmeta, the former Prime Minister, said that I wish I could understand his plan, and I wish he would understand it as well. So we all wish to be that there is a plan. We're not certain, but that's our wish. Is it certain that Washington holds the keys to the Eastern Mediterranean, or at least to the Middle East? Reply. Listen, there's no question. The US under President Trump have decided to get involved in solving the Palestinian issue in a more aggressive, in a different manner than previous US administrations. And it is quite obvious that we couldn't have reached the current result, the ceasefire, which is, let me remind you, a first stage of a three-stage plan, which we don't know what the other stages will be, without the involvement of the US and President Trump personally. But from that point on, the situation in the Eastern Mediterranean is far more complex, with the countries that have their own foreign affairs policy, including this country, of course. And it would be unfair to the representatives of the different countries in this room, including Greece, to say that everything that is now happening in the Eastern Mediterranean is happening because of the orders of the US. Since the issues in this part of the world are more difficult by nature, situations are changing. We have new challenges, new opportunities, possibilities for other cooperations, different cooperations that Greece intends to use to its benefit and to the benefit of peace, which we always defend. Before I come back to Greece, are you optimistic concerning the Palestinian issue, that we are at a turning point? Whatever we call it, Palestinian issue, Arab-Israeli conflict, Gaza, refugees. The former Prime Minister is much more experienced on this issue, but I would like that exaggerated enthusiasm, taken the past into account, is not justified. Still, it seems that we do have a framework or a roadmap which to some extent is unclear, which may lead us from this point to something else which would look more like a permanent solution, not just a ceasefire. And of course, there is a prerequisite for this. Israel and its governor must cross the bridge of the recognition of a state of Palestine. The state of Israel already exists. The 20-point plan is still creatively unclear, but there are many possibilities for the future. And in any way, and in any case, we are not faced with the situation of a few months ago, a humanitarian disaster, which was painful to all of us. The fact that we see a relative stability, some ceasefire in Gaza, is not something that we should ignore. You and your government have been criticized that you were overly friendly with the Netanyahu government. Some of us think that this is a strategic choice of Greece, which does not change every 3 or 4 months. Was it the right measure? Yes, I believe that we have been absolutely right. Our relationship with Israel is long-standing now. Let me remind to those present that Konstantinos Mitsotakis, in April 1990, recognized the State of Israel as part of his plan for foreign policy. And ever since, this relationship has been consolidated, has developed roots, and is flourishing in different schemes, such as the 3+1, which we could discuss later. So within the framework of the strategic relationships, right from the start of this horrendous terrorist attack against Israel, we have justified the right of Israel to legal defense, but both publicly and privately. I have repeatedly said to both the Prime Minister and the President of Israel that the scale of the reply had by far exceeded the proportionality. So the Greek Air Force has been throwing food in Gaza, and we have remained committed to this line and saying that although we believe in a two-state solution, the recognition of the state of Palestine requires some prerequisites, which will be, and it will be, which will happen at the next stage. And we are not the only EU member state that has not yet recognized the state of Palestine. I'm saying not that we're not going to do it, but we need some prerequisites to be fulfilled. In order to close the Gaza chapter, have you been, let's say, contacted negatively by the Arab countries? Listen, in relation to your stance against Gaza, listen, the Prime Minister has different manifold contacts with many countries. I see the Foreign Minister here. We have made many agreements concerning the maritime zones and many other things. We are in constant touch and agreement with the issues of this part. I have very close relationships personally with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. Greece has recovered its credibility in the wider Middle East and the Gulf area. We can attract important investments from these countries, and a country that can play a stabilizing role and the role of a bridge. You did not have pressure as regards your contacts with Netanyahu. No, there was nothing of the sort. But still, let me point out the importance of these relations in the framework of a foreign policy that goes beyond the classic issues of the Greek-Turkish relations in a changing world whereby the epicenter is moving gradually from the west towards the east, further, with corridors such as IMEC that open vast economic, geopolitical, and other perspectives and taps potential. Greece should be looking at the present and building for the future, new relations for the future. This is what we have been doing in the last 6.5 years and more intensely during the last 2. Now, let's widen the scope of this discussion. Let's go to this conference. You accepted the idea during the EU summit in 2020. Okay, people say that the idea of the East Med Forum plan, people are looking at it strangely. Listen, let's take a step back. Initially, what we wanted to achieve was to consolidate stability and lower the pressure of our bilateral relations with Turkey. We wanted to proceed with a functional relationship, which has been achieved. And secondly, a systematic consolidation of our national positions. The foreign policy specialists present here are fully aware of the fact that that was were open for many years, such as the maritime space arrangements and the issues that we have done and what we have done and in the Aegean and the Ionian Sea and the delimitation of the EEZ on the south of Crete for drilling or for cooperation with Egypt. All these were issues that have been pending for years and these are now settled. So now we can capitalize on this stronger diplomatic and geopolitical position and to undertake a number of initiatives that can have a wider results. By agreeing with all the countries of the area and in full respect of the bilateral and multilateral schemes, we would be very often in the forum of the East Med, not necessarily because we want to start with the very thorny and difficult issues. Nobody believes that issues of delimitation that have been long-standing for the decades can be resolved through such a multilateral scheme. But issues like migration or protection of the environment or civil protection, all these have a margin, allow a margin for cooperation, different interconnections, and the way to decouple the energy interconnectivity projects from other issues. If we were able to open a forum for discussion, a number of pending issues would have been resolved. But yes, but we have 2 countries out of the 5 are under question, both Cyprus by Turkey and Libya. Nobody knows whether Libya is a state or it is the total of different tribes. So how can they participate? Listen, the participation of the Republic of Cyprus is non-negotiable, of course, and there is a basis of a joint agreement. Respect for international law and the law of the sea should be a non-negotiable prerequisite. And as regards Libya, there is a complexity, to put it mildly, concerning the situation there, but I think that the minister, the deputy minister, have been able to have an open channel of communication, both Tripoli and Benghazi, with the eastern and western Libya. With western Libya, we have initially agreed on the framework of an initial dialogue in order to delimitate the maritime zones, and some of those present here are very well aware of the fact that we were really close to, during Gaddafi period in 2009 and 2010, to delimitate these zones. That was a lost opportunity for this country. Had we been able to do it, we wouldn't have had this Turkish-Libyan memorandum. We can't go back though, but both with the eastern and western Libya, we have stable and relations of trust. Today, as we speak, the president of the only body in Libya that has a popular legitimacy, Mr. Adek, is in Athens, and as regards the purely bilateral relations, such as the management of the migration, well, if you compare us now to the situation to 6 months ago, we are in a much better situation. Now, in order to close this chapter, how about the Greek-Turkish relations? Are we expecting any developments? There was a period of enthusiasm at the Athens Declaration, etc. Now things have frozen a little bit. Things were not so clear. Where do we stand now?
Shall we step back in time? Before the declaration, the Athens Declaration, there were 3 years of a different government. Let's not forget about that. There was tension, Yeah, we were chasing after each other. At a certain point in time, the characteristics were not really dangerous, but then again, they were disconcerting and worrying. I believe that led both countries to feel compelled to re-establish a functional relationship. And the Declaration of Athens was a confirmation that we can have such a functional relationship. We agree to disagree in a very civilized manner without always having temperatures skyrocket. If you ask me if this policy has paid off, I'd say yes. The most important thing is that we have no violations on the Aegean Sea. This is an important success. The functional relationship that we have with Turkey is also there when it comes to managing migration flows. If you check out the migration flows in the Eastern Mediterranean, they've dropped by more than 50%. This is another positive result. The quick visa issuance for 12 Aegean islands. The positive impact was huge for all the Eastern Mediterranean islands, the Eastern Aegean islands, excuse me. They started having so many Turks visit them, to the extent that Turkish hoteliers started to complain because so many of their fellow citizens came here instead of going to the coastline of Turkey. And then again, Greece drew the line and set the context that was very clear. That was clear in our European defense funding programs and projects. I wouldn't like to go back to what was said here in Greece a few months ago when we knew that we had managed to set the conditions and the prerequisites were there. And we said that just as long as these were complied with, then Turkey could join safe. And if not, then it wouldn't join it. And that's what happened. This was non-negotiable. It's a priority for Greece, not necessarily pertinent to Turkey, but generally speaking, given the geopolitical developments, it's always important to make sure that we modernize and upgrade the armed forces. If you check where we used to be in 2019 compared to today, there's no comparison. And let me connect this to the financial and economic affairs of ours. We have surpluses. We are in a position to give tax rebates and deductions to the citizens, while at the same point in time we are spending more than 3% of our GDP for defense purposes. This comes to prove that we have healthy and robust finances. We are going to have Kimon fly the first Greek flag. This will be the first of our ultra-modern frigates that we will be welcoming here at the start of 2026. So the framework is very clear. And of course, we know that we have to set the record straight and make sure that we keep it up. But then again, since we're talking about good friends, are you going to have a meeting with President Erdogan? I believe that the circumstances are mature in order for us to have, during the first quarter of 2026, a cooperation council. The first quarter, yes, we can have it in the first quarter. You're going to Ankara. Yes, over the past year, we had many pending issues to settle, but then again, quite often we tend to think that such meetings must necessarily come hand in hand with a spectacular announcement. Not necessarily. You can just take stock of your existing relations. After all, we are working with Turkey in so many different sectors. This is a so-called positive agenda or low-key politics. I wouldn't agree with that. We have a positive agenda, and it's important for us to be able to converse with them, with Turkey, at frequent intervals, and this is positive just as long as we are absolutely clear about our positions. Just as long as we keep the channels of communication open, and this is always useful. Maybe there will be unforeseen circumstances. Even in such situations, it's important for people to be able to pick up the phone and help de-escalate a impending crisis. Since you're talking about visits, are you maybe planning to make a visit in Washington, D.C.? Making a visit in Washington, I guess, will happen eventually. I don't have a specific timeline to share with you, but since you're asking me about Washington, D.C., I'd say that the more important than the timing, and I do understand why you're asking, because it's interesting from a journalist point of view, it could be a scoop, but then again, the most important thing to us is the framework of Greek-American relations. Is it good? The framework, our connection, our relations are excellent. They're excellent, they were excellent, they're still excellent. We have to insist on the fact that the Greek diplomacy is making very methodical steps and systematically, therefore, build a level of communication and contacts with the American leadership and the American administration, meaning the American government and the system. Other than the government, of course, I have in mind the House of Representatives, the Senate, and of course the Congress. So therefore the Greek positions are heard in Washington, D.C., and thus we've managed to have representatives of both big parties in the states to subscribe to our ideas and positions, and this is a timeless success, especially in recent years. Given the mixture of excellent relations, recently we added another element. This is the energy dimension. We're going to broach that, but Mrs. Kimberley was also added to this. And I guess the climate is even better. At any rate, let's discuss energy. When it comes to the energy sector, I'd say that this is the flavor of the month or the year. It's not bad, and I'm not against what's fashionable or a fad, but then again, I couldn't help but wonder. We are proud because everybody agrees that deals will be useful. But I'm fearful that maybe there'll come a day when the Russians will have some sort of entente with the rest of the Europeans and the Americans with the Russians, and then we will forget about the IGB energy. And maybe we'll get back to where we were before. You know, I am a man of measure. I don't like to exaggerate, and I will never celebrate too much, and I'll never subscribe to doomsday talk that is quite frequent in Greece and the public debate in Greece. Let me underscore two things with regard to developments in the energy sector. To begin with, Greece is unfolding and unveiling an energy strategy. It has been doing so for many years. It's been systematic. According to our national energy strategy, Greece is investing in RES because we have scope to do so. You see, we're privileged that way. In Greece, we have winds and the sun. Today, rainfall will be welcome just as long as it's not too much. But then again, whether we like it or not, this is not always the rule. So we need a lot of RES. At the same point in time, we wish to generate power using natural gas, and we want to become energy security providers for the wider region of the Southeastern Europe, so that we eventually become exporters of energy. In 2024, we were exporters of energy. And when it comes to natural gas, 6 years ago, we were just importing almost 6 billion cubic meters. Now we've come to the point where we are catering to our own needs, but we're also helping our Balkan friends. Up to Ukraine, we are thus providing 17 billion cubic meters, meaning that in the meantime we have the FSRU, the Revithousa infrastructure, we build infrastructure, everything is being taken advantage of, and apparently we are taking advantage of this position of ours. And as of the moment when the Americans, but also, not just the Americans, but also the Europeans, and this is the stated position of the President of the European Commission, we want to buy liquefied natural gas from the States, and we're making a step instead of being on the margins or the fringes of the energy map. Now we are at the core, at the heart of it. This is not a fad then. Yes, it's not a fad. It's because there's the other side of the pipelines and LNG, because we've made a decision to proceed with exploration and drilling to see whether we have reserves of natural gas that can be exploited. The fact that we're going to have the first such attempt made over the next 18 months, and we will be partnering with the biggest such company the world over, and working with another 2 Greek companies that are involved in this scheme. This is very, very important. I said so much in front of the Greek Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce. When you embark on such venture, you can't be certain that you will find natural gas, but once you find reserves, then everything changes as concerns the energy position on the map for Greece. Instead of importing, we will have our own, and we will be exporting as well. Now, the energy issue is to be seen. We have exploration. Allow me to interject. This is a secondary thing. When it comes to utilizing the pipelines, we see that happening as we speak. The fact that Greece is a hub now is true today. As we speak, we are exporting energy. It's not going to happen, it's happening. But we don't know, and you were right about it, we don't know if we're going to find natural gas, but we will know whether there is or not in 2 years from now. This is the one side. One thing. Then again, there is a lot of optimism recently as concerns solving the Cyprus issue. There's the election in Northern Cyprus. Apparently, this is a moderate person. I have never met him. I don't know if anyone's met him. Anyway, we have a very positive image about the new leader there. Is this source for optimism for you? Would you now expect that the 2 sides, not us, will they be able to reach an understanding? To begin with, let me remind you that the Greek foreign policy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Minister personally played a very important role in order for the UN Secretary General to keep giving time or investing his time in trying to resolve the Cyprus issue. It wasn't self-evident, didn't go without saying, and nobody knew whether this was going to happen. But it happened, and Greece had a very important role to play in that direction. It's also important that the previous Turkish Cypriot leadership in the occupied territories apparently allowed no scope for any entente or an understanding. It is positive now that we have a new leadership in place there. This will be a great opportunity for a new beginning, but let's not forget that. And that's why whenever we talk about the Cyprus issue, we have every reason to be very cautious. So let's not forget that there is this clearly voiced position on the part of Ankara, which suggests, or rather which points to a solution, a 2-state solution. And in principle, this is a solution that can't be accepted not by Greece, but by anyone for that matter, because no one would fully agree or recognize this. There are some, there are people who, or they are the only ones that believe there are 2 stages we speak. Yeah, they're the only ones. That's why this conversation can't lead anywhere. I believe that this can be an initial approach. The recognition of what we describe as political equality or equity is one of the keys. This is one of the things that have been agreed upon during the negotiations. Let's remember that the Greek Cypriot side and Greece want to pick up things from where they were left off at Grand Montana. Let's continue from there, take it from there, and proceed with agreeing on the pending issues. So you're not a pessimist. Yes, but then again, I wouldn't say I'm optimistic about it. I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatical about it. So we're going to start a new year pretty soon. So since there will be a new year, what is the main issue out of everything? I mean, I'm talking about foreign affairs. There's the war in Ukraine. There are thousands of things, but at night or in the evening, what is the most disconcerting or worrying issue? Maybe you're worried about what's going to happen with Trump. One thing is certain, we're living in a world where the fixed variables of a multivariate system are being put to the test, and this is not good in principle when it comes to a country. But then again, we cannot shape things. We are not illusional that way. So we can't decide or determine the international order. So we have to adjust to a new reality, and we can't just count on our alliances or a strong position in Europe. It's important for us to take stock of what's happening and to properly read the map of developments in order for us to be able to be one step ahead of everyone. You refer to Ukraine. Ukraine still remains a big issue, a big problem. Right now, there's no obvious solution to it. We're going to have a difficult European Council in 2 weeks from now. During that meeting, we will have to discuss in what way we could, in a legally well-founded manner, if possible, we will be able to take advantage of the resources of Russia that have been frozen, hundreds of billions. But if we're going to make that step, we have to make sure, all of us, that indeed we are stepping on a rather solid legal foundation. And let's not forget about another thing, because we have this discussion, it's going on. I've heard a few statements made by the representatives of various parties, the major opposition party or the opposition, that are critical of our stance vis-a-vis Ukraine. Other than the issues that are in principle, the fact that you're there to defend the one who's being attacked, we have another 2 reasons to stand for the inviolability of the frontier, the borders. I don't need to explain that further.
I listened to Mr. Tsipras the other day, who said the following fantastic: we are against the Russian invasion, but we are also against Russophobia. How can we combine this? Have you read Ithaki, his book? You have not, by Kavafis, you mean the poet, Ithaka, the poet by Kavafis. Okay. The opposition often criticizes you, which we have discussed in the past. You take a clear position very easily regarding the big global issues. I don't think this is bad, but that's what the opposition say. But both in Gaza and in Ukraine, they say you rushed to take a clear position and therefore in favor of one side, so the other side did not prefer you as an interlocutor. Listen, if we look at our history, there were leaderships which were in the rationale that, our position is not clear, we'll see what is the best thing for us, etc., as if the alliance is not something that brings predictability. You are a member of an alliance because you have advantages, but you also have predictability. I think that this is, as far as foreign policy is concerned, this is the line where we have rights but not responsibilities. But this is not a strategy that I prefer. And nobody can not question the fact that we have increased our credibility because of our clear and long-standing positions. This does not mean that we follow just anyone. The fact that we can be in favor of both sides, as some have tried to do in the past, and we saw I think. Don't make me remind you of what happened when 10 years ago we were trying to find some money, funds from Russia and other ludicrous things which blew the country apart. Did we get funds from Russia? Well, finally, I think that we need to be judged by the result of what we do. I have described a series of initiatives which are already achievements of our our foreign policy, and I continue to believe that countries can be reliable when they honor their strategic positions and their principles, and when their growth can turn in a geopolitical power, because nobody looks at you seriously if you are bankrupt. We did not discuss the geopolitical dimension of this country because this conference has the topic of the Eastern Mediterranean, but there is a very close relation between economic and political stability and the ability of the country to be able to perform effectively in the foreign and defense policy. Could we have done everything we have done regarding our defense 10 years ago? I am very well aware of the situation of the country when we took over. Nobody will question what you say, that a country is evaluated as a whole on the basis of defense, politics, finance, economy, etc. But I am a bit concerned by the fact that we need to be a smart guy that will go wherever we see a good opportunity. We are against them, in favor of the others. So, whether this strategy is right or not, I cannot comment, and I should not comment. I'm not an analyst. The pros and cons of other countries' foreign policy. The strategy will be judged by others. Personally, let me remind you that we are a member of the EU. Turkey is a NATO member, but not of the EU, and it's not something that will happen in the foreseeable future. So we have an additional point of reference, which we cannot ignore. And of course, Greece is negotiating within the EU framework, and of course, we defend our national positions, but we need to stand by joint EU decisions. And let me repeat, despite the fact that not everybody agrees, that as regards Ukraine, we had one more reason to do that. The non-negotiable of the change of borders. Listen, this is the basic premise, of international relations that was created post-World War II. We can never agree to the rationale that any powerful side can change the borders. The trauma of Cyprus is still open, is fresh, and it hurts. What was Cyprus? It was an invasion and occupation in very difficult circumstances for this country, taking advantage of a Greek tragedy. 51 years later, we are still discussing the issue. And can we pretend that we are the evasive neutrals, that we pretend that we don't know that there was a blatant invasion by one country? This is difficult for me to understand. We all are in favor of peace, but peace has to be fair. A fair peace is maybe relative, but it is not the concessions. One or two last questions. You have repeatedly mentioned, and I have agreed with you, to the importance of political stability, economic stability in any country. Are you concerned with the issue of political stability? Of course there is political stability. Even Venizelos' former minister was saying that we have a government, a majority, etc. Are you afraid that this may be jeopardized in the near future, before or after the election? No, in any case, no. The government has a stable and rather big majority. We are by far the first party in every poll, and we are the basis of stability of the political system today, meaning that what we consider everyday event in Greece is not a given in many countries. Even the German government is now struggling to bring about majorities to approve different reforms. We wouldn't have been able to achieve these reforms. Yesterday, we presented the great reforms in the field of justice. Important things are happening. It wouldn't have been possible for us to move at this pace had we if we needed to negotiate on this.
Of the opposition says that when you need to have stability, you don't necessarily have to have a one-partisan government. Of course not. But then again, we are in favor of one-party government. And in any event, this one-partisan government is the result of an election. Twice we got more than we got in 2019. Let me also remind you that, and this is worth remembering, if during the first 2023 elections we had the increased majority electoral law apply, we would have had more than 170 seats, and we have had in total 5 parties in the Hellenic Parliament. I'm referring to that in order for people to understand how even this proportional law stood somehow in the way of the formation of this parliament. So until the spring election in 2027, political stability will be a given fact. What will happen after the election in 2027, that is up to the Greek people. But certainly the Greek citizens will weigh in everything, and I'm sure they will compare things. As more as they compare what's happening here compared to other countries, the more they do the comparison, the more they understand that if what we take for granted here is what other countries are looking for. In any event, it has given us security, stability, and in my mind, relative progress for our economy and relative prosperity. But then again, these are the dilemmas that we will be talking about later in view of the 2027 elections. So I believe that your strategy is crystal clear in view of the elections. You're talking about the first elections. For me, there's no such thing as a first or second election Sunday. No, it's clear. There's one ballot box, and our aspiration, our goal is to be autonomous, to be able to form a government during the first Sunday election. And in 2023, not many would have waged on the New Democracy, making it on the first Sunday. So we are many months before the elections. We are going not to talk about it here. After all, it's quite some time until then, and the figures are not sending in your way or any other's way. Since your strategy is not changing, you are clearly making a choice about the elections. Have you ever thought about maybe changing something else? Do you need to change something else? Have you ever considered that? Whether we like it or not, the New Democracy Party has been in power for 7 years. It will make it until the next election, say 8 years? Are you possibly thinking, have you ever thought about changing anything else other than your strategy? Wait here, you refer to strategy. A lot needs to change, and the obligation of a leading party that is claiming and asserting to something that is not easy, it's unheard of, it's out of the ordinary. We are aspiring to a third successive electoral victory. Of course, we are under an obligation to keep renewing ourselves. Renewal means that we have to still apply to and attract new faces. It's important for the citizens. It's also important to keep talking about a future agenda. My agenda is 2030 oriented, and 2030 is a landmark year for me, and I insist on it. What's interesting is that we celebrated, loudly so, the start of the revolution, the Greek Revolution of 1821. Nobody is bothering to think about 2030, which will be 200 years since the inception of the modern Greek state by virtue of the London Protocol. Now, we have to think about where we're headed to, where we wish to be. I am referring to that on the occasion, or given this occasion to discuss 2030, the reforms that we're doing right now. I don't expect them to pay off next year, but they will be the foundation on the basis of which we're going to base our own agenda in view of 2030, meaning for the next term, the next 4 years. So you're right. What you said, it was to the point. We are up against, or rather we're fighting with what's inescapable in politics, say the attrition that time causes, and quite often the electoral body is, and justifiably so, tired. Maybe we are tiring it because of the decisions that are made. This is part of this game, yes, and this brings me to my last remark, which is pertinent to the ethos and the style of leadership. The more you stay in power, the more demanding, or rather the more important it is for us to indeed understand the problems, the real problems of the citizens. The more you stay on, you shouldn't celebrate your successes too much or too long when you know that there are many citizens who make ends meet rather in difficulty. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, indeed, we stuck to the time. We respected everything. Are you going on a Christmas break? Are you going to Ithaca for Christmas or New Year? I'm going to Crete. Thank you. Thank you very much.